Around the middle of the 1600s, a writer named Lucian wrote a short guide on how to write history. At the start, he says he was inspired to do this because so many people were writing about a recent Roman war with Parthia. He joked that suddenly everyone thought they were Thucydides, Herodotus, or Xenophon. He even said that the old saying, "War is the father of all things," seemed true, because the war had led to so many new historians. Although Lucian makes fun of these writers in a sharp and humorous way, his work reminds us of something important. Writing about war was a big part of Roman culture. This wasn't just because of the influence of earlier Greek historians like Herodotus and Thucydides, but also because war was such a common and powerful part of life in the Roman world. First, when we say warfare, we don't just mean fighting, like battles, sieges, or raids. We also mean everything that made war possible: the armies, the officers, the soldiers, and the systems behind them. The Roman world means more than just the lands controlled by Rome. It includes Roman society, politics, and economy. In the past, military history was often treated as something separate from these bigger topics. That means looking at how war affected not just the battlefield, but also the way people lived, worked, and ruled. Now let's talk about the word Roman. You might think it's easy to define, but it's actually more complex. Time-wise, it covers the period from when Rome first appeared as a small settlement around the 8th century BC, all the way to the early 7th century AD, when big changes came with the rise of Islam. The lands Rome controlled changed a lot during that time. At first, it was just the city and nearby areas in Italy. But over time, through war, Rome expanded to control the whole Italian peninsula, then the Western Mediterranean, then almost the entire Mediterranean and the lands around it. Later, in late antiquity, this area started to shrink again. As Rome's power grew, so did the meaning of being Roman. At first, it meant someone from the city of Rome. But later, people from other parts of Italy, and even from distant provinces, were included. They were given Roman citizenship, and over time, Roman came to mean nearly anyone living in the empire. This became official in the early 3rd century, when almost all free people in the empire were granted Roman citizenship. Things became even more complex later on. During the final centuries of the Roman Empire, people who were once seen as outsiders, like those from barbarian tribes, began to join the Roman army. Some even rose to high positions of power. So, when we use the word Roman to describe people, we need to remember that its meaning changed over time and in different places. A person who called themselves Roman might also see themselves as something else, like a Samnite, a Gaul, an Athenian, or a Frank. Also, being Roman didn't always mean that someone spoke Latin. In the early days of Rome, Latin was expected, and knowing the language helped people be seen as more Roman. Plus, it came with useful benefits. But most people in the empire actually spoke other languages, like Greek, Celtic, or Punic. Many only knew a little Latin. One of the places where Latin was taught and used more often was the Roman army. We said earlier that Roman history begins with the founding of Rome, probably in the 8th century BC. But because we don't have good written sources for that early time, starting from the mid-4th century BC, that's when the sources become clearer, and also when Rome seriously started expanding its territory. These periods are mostly based on political changes. Scholars have debated how democratic the Republic really was and how much power the Senate had. But one thing is clear: the Republic was designed to prevent one person from having total power. That's why it stands out from what came later: the Empire, which was ruled by one man. The first emperor, Augustus, understood how people still respected the old Republic. His adopted father, Julius Caesar, had been killed partly because he acted like a king. So Augustus avoided calling himself a king or emperor. Instead, he used the title princeps, which means first citizen or leading citizen. The system that Augustus created, the one that brought political stability until the early 3rd century, is called the Principate. Late antiquity is the name for the period from the middle of the 3rd century to the early 7th century. During this time, the Roman Empire faced serious problems. It almost broke apart in the 3rd century, and later, in the 5th century, it lost its western half. In the 7th century, the Islamic invasions brought even more big changes. The Roman Empire managed to recover from the 3rd century crisis thanks to a new kind of emperor. Unlike Augustus and the early emperors, who were usually from the noble Senate class, these new emperors came from the army. They weren't from high-status families, but they made big changes. They built up the army and created a larger government system to manage the empire. Even though Roman history is usually divided based on big political changes, these periods also match major changes in the army. We'll look at those changes more closely later, but here are the basics. In the Republic, the army was made up of citizen soldiers. People were expected to serve for up to 16 years in total, but many were let go after 6 years of continuous service. That changed when Augustus came to power. He created a professional, full-time army, and soldiers now had to serve for at least 20 years. This new system lasted into late antiquity. In the early 4th century, emperors who had military experience brought in even more changes. As a result, the Roman army in late antiquity looked quite different from the army during Augustus's time. We will explore Roman views on war and peace, as well as their belief in victory and how they dealt with losing. War was a big part of Roman history, and we give a general overview of when and where it happened. During the time of the Roman Republic, Rome grew mainly by fighting wars and expanding its land, though this didn't happen at the same speed everywhere. At the beginning of the Republic, Rome only controlled a small area in central Italy. It had to compete with other nearby Latin communities for power in the region. By the middle of the 4th century BC, Rome had become the most powerful force in western central Italy. After that, it started fighting with the Samnites and other Italic groups who lived further south. These were tough and determined enemies, but after many long wars, Rome defeated them and became the strongest state in central Italy. With that strength, Rome began expanding even more, making alliances and slowly bringing more areas under its control. In the south, the Greek city of Tarentum didn't want Rome to take over, so it asked for help from Pyrrhus, the king of Epirus, a region in today's Western Balkans. Pyrrhus came to Italy with his army in 280 BC and won some battles against the Romans. But in the end, he had to leave. And by the 260s BC, Rome had full control over almost all of Italy south of the Po River. This made Rome a major power in the Western Mediterranean. It was only a matter of time before Rome clashed with another big power in the region, Carthage. Carthage started as a Phoenician colony in North Africa, and by the early 3rd century BC had grown powerful in North Africa, Spain, and Sicily. In 264 BC, Rome got involved in Sicily, which started the first of 3 wars with Carthage. These are known as the Punic Wars. These wars took a huge toll in terms of lives and resources, but were also key steps in Rome's rise. The First Punic War was mostly fought at sea. Since Carthage had a strong navy, many thought it would win easily. But Rome quickly learned how to build and use its own navy. After more than 20 years of fighting, Rome finally won a major sea battle near Sicily in 241 BC. This forced Carthage to accept harsh peace terms. But Carthage wasn't done. Angry and determined to regain power, it focused on building strength in Spain. Then, in 218 BC, the famous general Hannibal launched a bold attack by leading his army into Italy by land. He won several early battles, including a huge victory at Cannae in 216 BC. For a time, it looked like he might succeed in breaking Rome's alliances in Italy and forcing them to surrender. Some allies did leave Rome, but most stayed loyal. Thanks to its large population and resources, Rome eventually recovered and defeated Hannibal. In 201 BC, it forced Carthage to accept an even tougher peace. The third and final Punic War was short and one-sided. By 200 BC, Rome had already been fighting almost non-stop for about 150 years. Most of these wars were against strong and determined enemies, like the Samnites and Carthaginians. After defeating Hannibal, Rome became the top power in the Western Mediterranean. In the 2nd century BC, the pattern of war changed. In some areas, especially in Spain and northern Italy, Rome had to fight smaller, ongoing battles to keep control. These places were home to Celtic and Ligurian tribes, who had long been a threat. At the same time, Rome also fought some shorter wars in the eastern Mediterranean against powerful kingdoms like Macedon and the Seleucid Empire. These kingdoms were left over from Alexander the Great's empire. Even though they had strong armies and resources, they couldn't keep up with Rome in war. Rome went to war with Macedon in 200 BC, partly because Macedon's king, Philip V, had supported Hannibal. Rome defeated Philip in the early 100s BC, especially at the Battle of Cynocephali in 197 BC. Then they fought Antiochus III of the Seleucid Empire in Greece and Asia Minor. Rome won again, with an important victory at the Battle of Magnesia in 190 BC. Later, in the 100s and 70s BC, Rome fought Macedon again and won a final victory at the Battle of Pydna in 168 BC. This ended the Macedonian kingdom. Even though Rome didn't immediately take full control of Macedon or Greece, it became clear by the mid-2nd century that Rome was now the main power in the eastern Mediterranean. Local kings and states started to follow Rome's lead. In the late 2nd century BC, Rome fought wars in North Africa and had more conflicts with Celtic tribes in southern Gaul, modern France, and Germanic tribes. The Romans suffered some serious defeats, but eventually came out on top. In the 1st century BC, Rome kept expanding its power through more wars, most famously with Pompey's eastern campaigns in the 60s BC and Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul in the 50s. But this century was also marked by something new and dangerous: civil war. The first big civil conflict began in 91 BC, when Rome's Italian allies rebelled. They had helped Rome win many wars, but didn't feel they were treated fairly, especially because they weren't granted Roman citizenship. This led to the Social War. Rome eventually ended the rebellion by fighting and also by giving some concessions, like offering citizenship. But the Social War opened the door to more civil fighting. In the 80s BC, two top Roman generals, Marius and Sulla, and their followers fought for control. Sulla won, but rebellion continued, especially in Spain, where another general, Sertorius, fought against Sulla's rule. Then, in 49 BC, Julius Caesar marched into Italy with his army from Gaul, starting another major civil war. He was fighting against Pompey and the Senate's forces. The war spread across the Roman world, with battles in Spain, North Africa, and the Balkans. Caesar won in 45 BC and became the most powerful man in Rome. But in 44 BC, Caesar was assassinated. This caused yet another civil war. first between Caesar's supporters and his killers. The killers were defeated at the Battle of Philippi in 42 BC. But the fighting didn't end. Now Caesar's own allies, mainly Mark Antony and Octavian, turned on each other. In 31 BC, Octavian defeated Antony at the Battle of Actium. 4 years later, he took the name Augustus and became the first emperor of Rome, ending the Republic and starting a new chapter in Roman history. Augustus spent much of his early adult life in war, especially between 44 and 30 BC. So you might think that after he became the sole ruler of Rome, he would want to enjoy a peaceful life. But that's not what happened. In fact, Augustus and his generals added more land to the Roman Empire than anyone else before or after. They took over places like Egypt, northwest Spain, the Alps, and much of the Balkans. It also seems that Augustus had plans to expand into Germany, beyond the Rhine River. One of the main reasons for this military activity was politics. After he defeated Mark Antony, Augustus needed to keep control of the army to protect his power. The easiest way to justify this was by saying that the provinces still needed to be pacified, either because they might rebel or were threatened by enemies outside. In 27 BC, Augustus took charge of this mission for 10 years. That authority was renewed again and again until his death in AD 14. This long-term control has been described as making the emergency permanent. This meant there were still a lot of wars during the first half of Augustus' reign. But plans to conquer Germany came to a sudden stop in AD 9, when 3 Roman legions were trapped and destroyed in the Teutoburg forest. This terrible defeat, known as the Varian disaster, after their commander Varus, likely made the emperors after Augustus more careful about starting new wars. Interestingly, after Augustus, the Roman Empire stopped expanding very much. There were only a couple of major exceptions. One was in AD 43, when Emperor Claudius decided to conquer Britain. He wasn't very experienced in war, so many believe he did it to boost his image. The other big expansion came under Emperor Trajan, who conquered Dacia, modern-day Romania, in the early 100s AD. Trajan was a skilled general, and although he may have started out just trying to punish Dacia, he ended up taking the whole region. Even though there wasn't much new territory added overall, that doesn't mean there were no important wars. After taking Dacia, Trajan tried to conquer Parthia, Rome's powerful eastern neighbor. The Parthians had originally taken over parts of the old Seleucid Empire, and they had already proven themselves in 53 BC by defeating the Roman general Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae. Julius Caesar had been planning to attack Parthia before he was assassinated, but Augustus chose not to follow that path. Instead, he negotiated with the Parthians to return Roman standards, military flags, that had been lost at Carrhae. When they agreed in 20 BC, Augustus presented it as a great victory, even though it was really a diplomatic success, not a military one. Over 100 years later, in AD 115, Trajan invaded Parthia and advanced all the way to the Persian Gulf. But revolts forced him to retreat. Later emperors, like Marcus Aurelius in the 160s and Septimius Severus, also fought wars against Parthia. Severus even managed to take some land in northern Mesopotamia. These Roman victories, however, weakened the Parthian rulers, known as the Arsacid dynasty. In the 200s and 20s, a new Persian family, the Sasanians, overthrew them and formed a new empire. The Sasanians would become one of Rome's toughest enemies in the centuries that followed. Meanwhile, Germanic and Sarmatian tribes started causing more problems along the Danube River in the later 100s. Emperor Marcus Aurelius had to spend a lot of time in the 1700s leading military campaigns to deal with them. Just like in the 1st century BC, war in the Roman world wasn't only about fighting foreign enemies. there were also civil wars. The first major civil war happened in AD 68 to 69, known as the Year of the Four Emperors. It started when Nero, the last emperor from Augustus's family line, the Julio-Claudians, was overthrown. Since Nero had no children, a powerful provincial governor used his army to claim power. This move encouraged other governors with armies to do the same. In the end, Vespasian came out on top and restored peace and order. The second big civil war happened in AD 192 to 193, after the death of Emperor Commodus, who also had no children. Several senators with armies in the provinces fought for power. Septimius Severus eventually won that struggle and became emperor. Internal conflict during the Principate also came in the form of provincial rebellions. Some of the most serious were Jewish revolts. The first was in Judea from AD 66 to 73. The second was in AD 115, involving Jews in Egypt, Libya, and Mesopotamia. The third was the Bar Kokhba revolt in the early 130 during Hadrian's reign. All of these uprisings were serious and required large Roman armies to crush them. There were also major revolts in the western provinces. Two of the most famous are the rebellion in Britain led by Queen Boudica in the early 60s, the revolt by a Gallic noble named Civilis in AD 68. These examples show that warfare in the Roman Empire was not just about conquering new lands, it also meant dealing with dangerous challenges from within. As mentioned earlier, a major new threat to the Roman Empire appeared in the 3rd century, the rise of the Sasanian-Persian Empire in the east. This new dynasty quickly organized its power and launched powerful invasions into Roman territory, especially into Syria in 252 and again in 260. The invasion in 260 was especially shocking because it was the first time a Roman emperor, Valerian, was captured by an enemy. At the same time, things were getting worse on the northern borders too. Along the Rhine and Danube rivers, tribes like the Goths and Alemanni began pushing into Roman lands. In 251, the Emperor Decius was killed in battle against the Goths, another first in Roman history. All of these problems in the mid-3rd century led to big changes in Roman leadership. Instead of noblemen from the Senate becoming emperors, now military men of lower social class, often called soldier emperors, took control. These emperors spent most of their time fighting on the frontiers rather than living in Rome. Thanks to their efforts, they began to restore order, pushing back invaders and regaining control in the east against the Persians. In 298, a Roman army defeated the Persian king, and Emperor Diocletian was able to force a tough peace deal on them in 299. This peace gave Rome some new territory east of the Tigris River and created a stable eastern border that lasted until 363. But the 3rd century was also full of civil wars. Armies often supported their own commanders for emperor, and parts of the empire even tried to break away. For example, Emperor Aurelian had to defeat a rebel empire based in the eastern city of Palmyra in the 260s, and then he had to do the same in the west, where a breakaway Gallic empire had formed. To stop this cycle of civil wars, Emperor Diocletian came up with the idea of the tetrarchy, or rule by 4, where power was shared between 4 rulers. But this system fell apart because of the ambitions of one man, Constantine. He fought a civil war from 312 to 324, first in the west and then in the east, and came out as the sole ruler of the empire. Constantine's victory brought new stability. He founded a new eastern capital, Constantinople, which quickly became more important than Rome itself. But this peace didn't last long. After Constantine died, his 3 sons ended up fighting each other and other rivals in a new wave of power struggles. The worst of these came in the 350s, especially when a military officer named Magnentius tried to seize the throne. This chaos encouraged outside enemies to attack Roman lands. In Gaul, Germanic tribes like the Alemanni and Franks took advantage of the situation. It was Constantine's nephew, Julian, who managed to restore order there. He won a big battle against the Alemanni at Strasbourg in 357. Meanwhile, back in the east, the Sasanian Persian king Shapur II became more aggressive. Emperor Constantius II dealt with this wisely. He avoided large battles and focused on strengthening the borders. But Julian, now emperor himself, ruined that strategy when he invaded Persia in 363. He was killed during the campaign. After Julian's death, the Romans made peace with Persia. While it wasn't great for Rome, it helped erase the memory of Rome's earlier victory in 299 from the Persian point of view. Still, the deal brought peace to the eastern frontier for the next 150 years. Although the eastern frontier of the Roman Empire had been stabilized for a while, new problems quickly arose along the Danube River in the 370s. Emperor Valens had already dealt with a rebellion by a rival named Procopius, but in 376, he faced a much bigger issue. Thousands of Goths were asking to enter the empire. They were trying to escape from the Huns, a fierce nomadic group coming from the north. Valens agreed to let one group of Goths in, but things went wrong. The Goths were mistreated and eventually rebelled. They began raiding Roman provinces in the Balkans. In 378, Valens led his army to stop them near the city of Adrianople, but instead of winning, the Romans were badly defeated. Many soldiers were killed, and Valens himself died in the battle. It was one of the worst losses in Roman history. The new emperor, Theodosius, couldn't drive the Goths out. In 382, he made a deal. The Goths could settle on Roman land if they agreed to serve as soldiers. These soldiers were known as foederati, technically allies, but still somewhat independent. Meanwhile, civil war broke out again in the west. First, a general named Magnus Maximus rebelled in 383. Then another commander, Arbogast, did the same in 392. Theodosius marched west twice to stop them and won both times, but he died suddenly in 395. He left the empire to his two young sons. Soon after, the Goths rebelled again, this time led by their general Alaric. In 410, they attacked and looted the city of Rome. While it was more an act of frustration than a clear military strategy, it shocked the empire. In the early 400s, other groups crossed the Rhine and Danube into Roman lands. The most dangerous were the Vandals. In the 400s and 20s, they moved through Gaul and Spain and eventually took over North Africa, the wealthiest part of the Western Empire. Even though Roman emperors tried to take the region back during the mid-400s, they failed. Losing North Africa and its tax money seriously weakened the empire in the west. Other tribes, like the Goths and Franks, also took over parts of the Western Empire. By the end of the 400s, Roman emperors only ruled Italy. In 476, the last Western emperor was removed from power. Meanwhile, the Eastern Empire was busy dealing with the Huns. After Attila, the famous Hun leader, died in 453, his empire fell apart. But new threats came from tribes that had once served under him, especially other groups of Goths. The Eastern Empire also had internal problems. Emperor Zeno was unpopular and faced several rebellions in the 470s and 480s. His successor, Anastasius, had to put down a rebellion in the Isaurian region of Anatolia in the 490s. Then came another war with Persia in the early 500s. followed by a major internal rebellion led by a general named Vitalian in the 500s and 10s. It wasn't until Emperor Justinian came to power that Roman military strength began to recover, at least for a while. Early in his reign, he fought an indecisive war with Persia. But in 533 to 534, he successfully reconquered North Africa from the Vandals. He also launched a major campaign to take back Italy from the Goths. By 540, it looked like he might win, but the war dragged on until the early 550s. One reason was that a new war with Persia in 540 forced Justinian to shift troops away from Italy. On top of that, there was a rebellion in North Africa that also needed to be dealt with. Justinian's successor, Emperor Justin II, made a major mistake in 572 when he restarted the war with Persia. The war went badly from the start and ended up lasting for almost 20 years. At the same time, a new danger appeared on the empire's northern border. The Avars, a nomadic group, began threatening the Danube frontier. Finally, when peace with Persia was made in 591, the new emperor, Maurice, was able to focus on stopping the Avars and Slavic raiders in the Balkans during the 590s. But things fell apart in 602, when Maurice's own troops, unhappy and rebellious, turned against him. He was overthrown and replaced by one of his officers, Phocas. This political chaos gave the Persians a perfect chance to attack again, and this time they were more successful than ever before. By 626, Persian forces had taken control of most of Rome's eastern provinces, including Egypt, which was vital for the empire's economy. They even reached the Bosporus, right outside Constantinople. If they had captured the city, the Roman Empire likely would have ended. Part of Persia's success came from the Roman Civil War. Around 610, Heraclius, the governor of Africa, sailed east to challenge Phocas. He won and became emperor. Over the next 10 years, Heraclius rebuilt the Roman army and launched a counterattack. By the mid-620s, he had defeated the Persians, and in 628, he celebrated a great victory. But Heraclius's success didn't last long. The long war had weakened both the Roman and Persian empires. So, when Arab-Muslim forces began expanding from the Arabian Peninsula, neither side could stop them. The Persian Sasanian Empire collapsed entirely, while Heraclius suffered a crushing defeat in Palestine and lost many of Rome's eastern provinces. After these losses, the Roman Empire was reduced to just parts of Anatolia and the eastern Balkans. With Egypt gone, the empire's economy was also badly damaged. The emperors had to completely rethink how their military and government worked. From the mid-600s onward, the Roman Empire changed so much that modern historians now call it the Byzantine Empire, a new version of the empire, very different from what it had been during late antiquity. When we talk about the Roman army, it might sound like it was one big, unchanging organization. But in reality, the Roman military went through many changes over time. It was made up of different types of soldiers, and its structure evolved from the Republic all the way through to late antiquity. This section explains the most important of those changes, helping set the stage for the themes that follow. At the same time, these changes themselves were some of the biggest results of Rome's long history of warfare. In the time of the Republic, the Roman army mainly had two types of soldiers: Roman citizens who served in the legions, and soldiers provided by Rome's Italian allies. Later, especially in the last 2 centuries before the empire, the army also began using many non-Italian troops. Roman citizens were usually drafted once a year, depending on how many soldiers were needed. After a campaign, they would return home. But as Rome started fighting more and more overseas, some legions stayed in service for many years. Technically, citizens could be required to serve for up to 16 years, but most finished their duty after 6 years of continuous service. So at this time, being a soldier wasn't a full-time job. It was something temporary. Still, during the civil wars near the end of the Republic, many soldiers stayed longer, which helped pave the way for the more permanent army system introduced by Augustus later on. The structure of the army also changed during the Republic. In the Middle Republic, legions were organized into small units called Maniples. By the Late Republic, these were replaced by larger units called cohorts. Maniples were sized based on the type of soldier. New soldiers were placed into 4 groups based on their age and experience. The youngest became revolts, lightly armed troops who ran ahead to harass the enemy. Behind them came 3 more heavily armed groups, the hastati, the principes, and the triarii. These soldiers carried big shields, armor, helmets, swords, and spears. The main difference was that the triarii carried long, thrusting spears instead of throwing javelins, a leftover from Rome's earlier phalanx-style army. Maniples usually had 120 men in the hastati and principes, or 60 in the triarii. These smaller units were much more flexible and easier to move than the older, more rigid phalanx formations. That flexibility helped the Romans defeat the Macedonian phalanx at the Battle of Cynocephali in 197 BC. At that time, a legion was made up of 30 maniples. By the 1st century BC, however, Rome began organizing its army into cohorts, each with 480 men divided into 6 centuries of 80 men each. Despite the name, a century didn't have 100 men. Each legion now had 10 cohorts. This shift from maniples to cohorts seems to have been an effort to find the best mix between flexibility and strength, and it likely began during the wars with Hannibal. Along with these changes, the soldiers' equipment also became more standardized. For example, the triaries' long spears were eventually replaced by javelins, giving all soldiers a more uniform set of weapons. The Italian allies played a key role in Rome's military success during the Republic. By the late 3rd century BC, they made up more than half of Rome's total military forces. A historian from that time noted that in 216 BC, the number of Allied infantry was about the same as in the Roman legions, while Allied cavalry was actually 3 times greater. These numbers may have changed over time, but they show how important the Allies were. The Italian allies provided troops based on agreements made with Rome, which were written down in official documents. Their infantry units were called aile, meaning wings, because they stood on the sides of the Roman legions during battle. Their cavalry units were called turmae. Most historians believe these allied troops were trained and equipped in nearly the same way as Roman soldiers. So when these allies were later granted Roman citizenship after the Social War in the early 1st century BC, it was relatively easy to merge their units into the legions. In the last 2 centuries, Rome also made increasing use of non-Italian soldiers, but this has received much less attention. These weren't allied forces, but men recruited directly from the provinces, such as Sicily and Asia. These troops didn't have a special name, though some sources use the term auxilia externa, foreign support forces, which is useful for understanding their role. These provincial troops were used for both fighting and guarding duties, and coastal towns were often required to provide ships and sailors as well. After the Social War, when Italian allies became Roman citizens and stopped being a separate group in the army, these foreign auxiliaries became the main secondary part of the Roman military. In the 1st century BC, wars overseas and civil conflicts meant some soldiers served longer than the usual 6 years. But it was Augustus who truly transformed the Roman army. After winning the final civil war in 30 BC, he found that there were as many as 60 legions still active. He reduced this number to 28 and stationed them, along with auxiliary units, in the provinces that needed the most protection. Starting in AD 5, Roman soldiers now served for at least 20 years. Instead of creating new legions for each new war, Augustus kept a permanent army and simply moved existing units where they were needed. Many modern historians call this a professional army, but that term can be misleading because it suggests modern ideas that don't always apply. Still, this change was extremely important and had a huge impact on Roman politics, government finances, and even the identity of the Roman military itself. The Roman legions continued to be organized using the cohort system, but over time, they were joined by other military units called auxilia. These units came from a tradition that began in the late Republic, known as auxilia externa. Like the Italian allies in earlier times, these troops were not Roman citizens. They came from the provinces of the empire. Over time, auxiliaries made up more than half of the total army. During the civil wars at the end of the Republic, generals relied heavily on these non-citizen troops because Roman citizen manpower was already stretched thin. By the time Augustus came to power, auxiliary forces had become a regular part of the Roman military and were especially valuable because they brought skills that the heavy infantry of the legions didn't have, such as more mobile infantry, different types of cavalry, and skilled missile troops like archers or slingers. Infantry auxiliaries were organized into cohorts and cavalry into alae, usually with about 500 men, though some larger units of up to 1,000 men appeared by the end of the century, the end of the 1st century AD. At first, the main difference between legions and auxiliaries was citizenship. Legionaries were citizens, auxiliaries were not. But this distinction became less clear during the 2nd century, as more non-citizens gained Roman citizenship, and some auxiliaries became more like regular legionaries. There were also special units called numeri, made up of soldiers recruited from tribal areas on the edge of the empire. These weren't standard in size or structure. In addition to all this, a permanent military presence was created inside the city of Rome itself, the Praetorian Guard. This elite unit was originally formed to protect the emperor, but over time it grew into a powerful and prestigious force that even went with emperors on campaign. It may have started with about 4,500 men, but grew to around 10,000 by the end of the 1st century. Later, in the 3rd century, major changes began to take place across the Roman military system. Although many of these changes happened gradually, they had a lasting impact. One important shift was the creation of temporary task forces by pulling groups of soldiers, called vexillations, from frontier units to form new armies for specific campaigns. Over time, these task forces became more permanent and formed what was known as the comitatus, a mobile army that traveled with the emperor. While the names of the units, like legions and auxilia, stayed the same, their size and structure changed. By late antiquity, most military units were much smaller, typically 1,000 to 1,500 men. This likely happened because the large mixed legions of earlier times were split into smaller, more specialized units. Even though individual units were smaller, the overall size of the army grew, and more cavalry units were added in the 3rd and 4th centuries. One of the biggest changes was a shift in how and where the army was positioned throughout the empire. During the Principate, most Roman military units were stationed along the empire's borders to defend against outside threats. But in the early 4th century, there was a major reorganization. The best troops were pulled back from the frontiers and formed into mobile field armies called comitatenses, a more formal version of the older comitatus, which had followed the emperor on campaigns. The units that stayed on the frontiers became known as limitanae. By the end of the 4th century, there were 5 of these field armies in the Eastern Empire, 2 near Constantinople, and 1 each in Thrace, Illyricum, and the eastern provinces. Each was led by a senior general called a magister militum, or master of the soldiers. A similar system existed in the Western Empire, although command there was more centralized. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian added new field armies in Armenia, North Africa, and Italy as part of his efforts to rebuild and expand the empire. These field armies needed to be mobile, so cavalry units, especially mounted archers, increased in number, influenced by Rome's earlier battles with steppe nomads like the Huns. Still, infantry remained an essential part of the Roman military and was never replaced entirely by cavalry. In addition to the field armies and frontier troops, another important group appeared in the late 4th century: the foederati. These were soldiers from barbarian groups allowed to settle inside the empire in exchange for military service. Later, in the 6th century, elite units called bucellarii became prominent. These were personal troops loyal to individual generals. There were also allies from outside the empire, known as simachoi or enspondoi, and one of the most important among them were Arab groups living along the eastern frontier. All of this shows that the Roman army was never a fixed or unchanging system. In fact, one of its greatest strengths was its ability to adapt to new challenges and use the skills of others. Some people like to describe the Roman army as a perfect, unstoppable machine. But that image is misleading. It gives the false idea that the army never lost, that its soldiers acted like robots, and that everything always ran smoothly. In reality, the Roman army faced defeats, dealt with cowardice, mutiny, and even rebellion. What made it powerful wasn't perfection, but its ability to change, adjust, and take a practical approach by learning from others and using what worked. The importance of war in Roman historical writing is clear, even from books that haven't survived. For example, we know that Coelius Antipater wrote a history of the Hannibalic War, Pliny the Elder wrote about the Germanic Wars, and John the Lydian wrote about Justinian's early wars with Persia. While many ancient histories are lost, the ones that do survive, even in part, are incredibly valuable. However, it's important to read them with a critical eye. We shouldn't take everything they say as fact, and we should also look at other types of evidence to get a fuller picture. Before looking at those other sources, it helps to first think about how reliable ancient historical writing is in general, whether it's about military topics or anything else. Most modern historians agree we can't blindly trust ancient accounts, and some scholars today go even further, focusing on how ancient writers were trained in rhetoric or persuasive speech, which was a big part of education back then. Because of this, some believe ancient histories are more like carefully crafted stories than factual reports. That said, ancient historians who were writing about events from their own time knew they could be challenged by others, so many still tried to be accurate and careful with their sources. Of course, there were limits to the information they had, and their personal biases influenced how they told the story. But we shouldn't assume everything they wrote was just spin or style. Roman historical writing in Latin began in the early 2nd century BC, but the first major surviving works come from the 1st century BC. Interestingly, one of the earliest important works wasn't by a Roman, but by a Greek historian named Polybius. He lived during the late 3rd and early 2nd centuries BC, and he was deeply interested in Rome's military rise. After Rome defeated his homeland of Achaia, Polybius was taken to Italy in 167 BC. Even though he had every reason to resent Rome, he didn't write a bitter attack. Instead, he tried to understand how a small Italian city had managed to conquer so much of the Greek and Mediterranean world. Since this transformation was largely due to military power, war became a major theme in his writing. Sadly, much of Polybius's work has been lost, but what survives gives us key details about Rome's toughest military campaigns, especially during the war with Hannibal and Rome's conflicts with the Eastern Greek kingdoms. Polybius wasn't just writing from second-hand knowledge either. He had been a cavalry commander in Achaia and later became close to the Roman general Scipio Aemilianus, joining him on military campaigns. This gave him first-hand experience with war, and he even wrote a separate book on military tactics, though that one has also been lost. The first major Roman history written in Latin that has survived in large parts is the work of Titus Livius, better known as Livy. He wrote during the reign of Emperor Augustus and aimed to tell the entire story of Rome, starting from its legendary founding nearly 800 years earlier. Because of this huge goal, his work was very different from Polybius. Livy covered a much wider time span, included many more topics, and wasn't focused on answering a single central question like Polybius was. Also, unlike Polybius, Livy had no known military experience. Still, war plays a major role in his history and shapes how the story is told. For example, he describes the Centuriate Assembly, a political body that was closely tied to Rome's military structure. Since Livy was writing about events that happened long before his own time, he relied heavily on earlier writers, including Polybius. But the further back he went in time, the fewer reliable sources he had to work with. Much of Livy's massive history has unfortunately been lost. The first 10 books that survive cover events up to the early 3rd century BC, while books 21 to 45 focus on the Hannibalic War and Rome's eventual defeat of Macedonia in 168 BC. Just before Livy's time, another key figure wrote about war: Julius Caesar. He wrote detailed accounts of his campaigns in Gaul during the 50s BC and the Civil War. He fought against Pompey and the Senate in 49 to 48 BC. Caesar's writing style was plain and simple, and he used the third person to refer to himself, which gave his works a tone of objectivity. Because of this, people at the time called his writings commentary, which means something like notes or memoirs. But even though they seem straightforward, Caesar's writings were carefully crafted to support his political goals. In the Gallic War, he wanted to make sure the Roman people saw his military victories. In the Civil War, he aimed to defend his actions and show that he was acting in Rome's best interest. So while these works are incredibly valuable because they come from someone who actually led the campaigns, we also need to remember that Caesar was trying to shape how people saw him. That said, his accounts don't completely hide his setbacks. He openly mentions defeats like those at Gergovia and Dyrrhachium, so they still offer a mostly honest picture of what happened. One of the most important historical works about Roman warfare from the 1st century AD is the account of the Jewish revolt of 66 to 70 AD, written by the Jewish historian Josephus. Often called the Greek Livy, Josephus provides detailed descriptions of battles, sieges, and Roman military practices. His book is written in Greek and even begins in the style of the famous Greek historian Thucydides, claiming to describe the greatest war of his time. Thucydides' influence can also be seen throughout the work, both in its literary style and in its themes. Josephus had first-hand experience. He fought for the Jewish side early in the war, but later surrendered and aligned himself with the Romans. This change of sides, along with his likely use of reports written by the emperors Vespasian and Titus, complicates how we read his work. Moving into the early 2nd century AD, the Roman historian Tacitus provides more insight into warfare, especially in the surviving parts of his histories, which cover the Civil War of 69 AD. although Tacitus complained that his time was less glorious than earlier ages, filled with great wars and heroic conquests, and despite probably having limited military experience himself, his writings remain important. His other works, including parts of the Annals and his biography of Agricola, also contain key information about military events. The last major Roman historian writing in Latin was Ammianus Marcellinus, who lived in the second half of the 4th century. Like Caesar and Josephus, Ammianus had real military experience. But unlike them, he wasn't a commander. He served as a staff officer to a top general, giving him a close-up view of warfare during some of the Roman Empire's most troubled years. He fought on the eastern frontier against the Persian Sasanian Empire, including during the Persian invasion of 359 and Emperor Julian's failed campaign in 363. However, two of the biggest battles in his surviving history, Julian's victory at Strasbourg in 357 and Emperor Valens' defeat by the Goths at Adrianople in 378, were not events he witnessed himself. This may be why his descriptions of those battles feel less vivid and detailed. Also, Ammianus clearly admired Julian, which sometimes makes it harder to tell where his loyalty may have influenced how he presented events. The last major Greek historian writing in the classical style was Procopius, who lived in the mid-6th century during the reign of Emperor Justinian. This was a time filled with military action, giving Procopius plenty to write about, whether it was the wars in the east against the Persians or in the west against the Vandals and the Goths. Although he wasn't a soldier himself, Procopius witnessed many of these events firsthand because he served as the secretary to Justinian's top general, Belisarius. Like Josephus, Procopius clearly admired earlier historians such as Thucydides and Herodotus, and he mentions them in the introduction to his Wars, even hinting that he wanted to compete with them. His writing shows some bias. For example, he praises Belisarius heavily in the early parts of the book and blames mistakes on other people. He's also critical of Justinian's leadership in many places. Still, his full work has survived, and it's incredibly valuable because it offers a huge amount of detail about warfare in his time. Another important historical account from the early 6th century is the chronicle traditionally linked to Joshua the Stylite. This text gives a detailed account of Rome's war with Persia during the early 500s. The author wasn't a soldier, but he lived in the region where the war took place, likely a monk in the city of Edessa in northern Mesopotamia, and he used reports from eyewitnesses to help tell the story. What makes this chronicle special is that it was written outside the usual Greco-Roman tradition. It was written in Syriac, a form of the Aramaic language, and unlike classical histories that tried to follow in the footsteps of writers like Thucydides, this one followed a different style. Because of that, it feels less restricted by the rules of traditional ancient historical writing, and offers a different, more direct perspective on the events of the time. Ancient historical writings about war are very important for understanding warfare in the Roman world, but many other types of Roman literature, like letters, plays, and poems, also include useful bits of information. These will be mentioned later, but they are too scattered and varied to be discussed here. However, there is one more type of writing that deserves special attention: military manuals. The most famous of these is by a man named Vigesius. Even though he was writing in the late 4th or early 5th century, and many of his comments were about his own time, he used older sources from the Roman Republic and early Empire, which can make his work a bit tricky to understand. Still, his book was very influential, especially in the Middle Ages. Other earlier examples of military manuals include Frontinus and Polyaenus, who wrote about clever strategies, Onosander, who wrote about how generals should behave, and Arrian, who also wrote military texts. A later example is a more practical manual for generals, written around the end of the 6th century and linked to Emperor Maurus. Of course, like all types of writing, these literary sources can be biased, whether the author meant to be or not. That's why non-literary, documentary sources like inscriptions, papyrus documents, pieces of pottery with writing, and wooden tablets are also very valuable. These documents have their own kinds of bias, like only surviving in certain places or from certain people, but they give us a different view of Roman warfare. Among them, inscriptions are the most useful because they've been found all over the Roman Empire. These inscriptions were usually carved into stone, pottery, or metal. Unfortunately, many metal ones were melted down and reused, so not many have survived. But one special type of metal inscription has been very important for learning about the Roman military: diplomas. These were given to soldiers in auxiliary units when they finished their service. The diploma officially gave them Roman citizenship, which made it extremely valuable. Because of that, soldiers often buried them to keep them safe. Over 1,200 have been found today, and they give us useful information about where soldiers came from and the structure of the army during the Roman Empire. Many stone inscriptions from ancient times have survived, and the most common type is the epitaph. Gravestones with writing. There are hundreds of thousands of these, and many belong to people who served in the Roman army, especially during the Principate. Some inscriptions are very short, just listing the soldier's name, age, rank, and the unit they served in. Others give more detailed information about the person's life and career, sometimes even with pictures. These detailed ones usually belonged to soldiers who had a rank. These inscriptions have helped historians understand how military careers worked and how units moved around the empire. Interestingly, most of these gravestones don't mention that the soldier died in battle. This is likely because soldiers who died in combat were often buried in mass graves near the battlefield, and only a few got special memorials. Another type of important inscription is when soldiers made offerings to gods. These are useful for learning about religious practices in the military. There are also inscriptions showing imperial orders about military behavior, like how soldiers treated civilians or took supplies. Apart from stone, another very important material for documents was papyrus, which was like ancient paper made from the papyrus plant. It was used all over the Roman world, but it decays easily in wet climates, so most surviving examples come from dry places like Egypt. Even though Egypt only became part of the Roman Empire during Augustus' rule, we have hundreds of thousands of papyrus documents from there, many still sitting in museums waiting to be studied. Since Egypt wasn't a place where big wars happened, most of the military documents from there are about small matters, like soldiers doing police work. But Egypt was very important to Rome because it provided a lot of grain, so a military presence was always kept there. One useful collection from the 4th century is the letters of a commander named Abeneus, stationed at a fort in the Fayum. His letters tell us a lot about daily life and how soldiers interacted with civilians. Even more interesting military documents on papyrus were found outside Egypt, at a Roman fortress called Dura Europos, on the eastern frontier of the empire. There, archaeologists discovered a set of papyrus documents from a unit of archers from Palmyra, who were stationed there in the early 3rd century. One of the most famous of these is the Feriale Duranum, a calendar showing the official religious celebrations observed by soldiers during that time. In addition to stone and papyrus, the Romans also wrote on other materials. One of these was ostraca, pieces of broken pottery, used like scrap paper for writing short notes or records. Thousands of these have been found at Roman military sites, like Mons Claudianus in the Egyptian desert, and Bunyem in North Africa. These offer us useful details about everyday army life and how things were managed. Another writing material was wooden tablets. These were used to write both official and personal messages. Some of the most exciting finds have come from Vindolanda, a Roman fort near Hadrian's Wall in Britain. There, archaeologists found wooden letters and records that give us insights into how the army handled supplies, how educated the soldiers were, and even what social life was like in the camp in the 2nd century AD. But it's not just written texts that help us understand Roman warfare. Archaeological remains, such as military camps, forts, weapons, and even pictures carved into stone, also give us valuable information. By looking at how forts and camps were built, we can learn how soldiers lived and how they interacted with local people. Studying weapons helps us understand how Roman arms evolved over time to meet new challenges. And images, like those carved on monuments, can sometimes correct or challenge what ancient texts claim. For example, the Roman writer Vegetius said soldiers stopped wearing armor in the late 4th century, but archaeological finds suggest otherwise. One site that has provided a wealth of different types of evidence is Dura Europos. Along with its famous papyri, this fortress has also given us remains of buildings, weapons, artwork, and even siege tunnels used in battle. In contrast, battlefield sites are harder to find, but there have been some big discoveries. One of them is the site where Roman general Varus and his legions were ambushed and massacred in AD 9. Found near Osnabrück in Germany, this site has yielded over 3,000 military objects, including weapons, tools, clothing, and jewelry. Another amazing find was underwater, off the coast of western Sicily. Archaeologists discovered remains from the final sea battle of the First Punic War, including parts of ships, bronze helmets, and nearly a dozen decorated bronze rams from warships. These discoveries show how much physical evidence can tell us about Roman warfare, alongside what was written down. Modern historians often say that Republican Rome was a society built around war. It fought battles almost constantly, and many Roman leaders seemed to view war in a positive light. This section explores why people think that, adds some important points that complicate this idea, and asks whether these same attitudes continued in later Roman history. Talking about war also leads to the question of how Romans thought about peace, though this has been less studied. The idea that Rome was very militaristic became more popular in the 1970s. This may have been influenced by modern events like the Vietnam War, which made people question imperialism. Before that, many believed Rome only went to war when it had to, reluctantly and for good reasons. This older idea was supported by stories about something called the Fetial Law. According to Roman authors like Livy and Dionysius, special priests performed rituals to make sure Rome only fought wars that were fair and approved by the gods. They would ask the enemy to make things right and call on the god Jupiter to witness. This made it seem like Rome had a strong tradition of only fighting just wars. But recent scholars have challenged this view. They say these rituals might have made sense early in Rome's history, when it was just one of many small communities in central Italy. At that time, conflicts over cattle or local rivalries were common. However, as Rome expanded across Italy, and then the whole Mediterranean, it became less believable that every war had a holy or fair reason behind it. Instead of focusing on the fetial rituals, modern historians have pointed out other signs that war was deeply rooted in Roman society. War played a big role in the political system. Roman citizenship was closely tied to military service, and early voting groups were based on a citizen's ability to buy his own weapons. The top leaders each year, the consuls, were expected to lead armies. Winning in war brought fame and honor to these leaders and their families. The biggest reward was a triumph, where a victorious general got to parade through Rome while the people cheered. We know less about what ordinary soldiers thought, since the ancient writers were from the upper class. Still, it's likely that the promise of loot made war attractive for many. Rome's way of dealing with defeated Italian cities also shows how important war was. Instead of asking for money, Rome demanded soldiers. That only made sense if Rome planned to keep fighting. As one historian said, war wasn't just something Rome did. It was the very foundation of how the Republic worked. In the middle years of the Roman Republic, it seems like Rome went to war almost every year. This supports the idea that the Roman elite wasn't at all hesitant to start wars. There's even a famous tradition about the Temple of Janus in the Roman Forum. The doors of this temple were said to stay open when Rome was at war, and only close during peace. Ancient writers claimed the doors were closed just once before Augustus's time, after the First Punic War in the 3rd century BC. There were also many war-related religious rituals tied to Mars, the god of war, held in March and October. These months marked the beginning and end of the war season, and made it feel like war was a natural part of Rome's yearly cycle. These practices clearly show that war was a big part of Roman life, and that the upper class supported it. Still, there are some points that make this picture more complex. First, although Rome often fought wars, not every year involved major fighting. Some years saw only small military actions, and some periods were surprisingly calm. For example, the 5th century BC may have been relatively peaceful, and from the mid-2nd century BC to the end of the Republic, war became less constant. There were bursts of intense conflict, followed by quieter times. In fact, the historian Polybius says that Rome started a war against the Dalmatians in 156 BC, partly because the senators didn't want Roman men to grow weak after 12 years of peace since their last major war. Also, the rituals linked to Janus and Mars might not mean as much as people once thought. Another important factor was the sacred boundary of the city, called the Pomerium, which separated military from civilian life. Because of this, the Roman army had to meet outside the city, in a place called the Field of Mars. A temple for Bellona, the goddess of war, was built there too. Even victorious generals needed special permission to bring their soldiers into the city for a victory parade. This careful separation between military and civilian spaces shows that even though Rome fought often, there were still limits on how much the city itself became militarized. Some modern historians believe that Republican Rome was very focused on war, but others have offered a more balanced view. One such historian, Arthur Eckstein, says Rome wasn't unusually aggressive compared to other states at the time. He explains that the world of the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, both in Italy and around the Mediterranean, was chaotic and dangerous. No one power was in control, so all states, including Rome, had to be ready for war just to survive. In this setting, Rome's constant military activity wasn't strange. It was normal. So while Rome was certainly militaristic, it wasn't alone in this, and its wars were sometimes responses to threats rather than acts of pure aggression. This view adds some nuance to how we see Roman imperialism. It suggests Rome's actions weren't only about conquest, but also about defending itself in a violent world. However, some argue that this doesn't explain everything. Rome had strong arrangements with its allies that gave it access to huge numbers of soldiers, which may have encouraged it to start wars more easily. Over time, especially in the 2nd century BC, Rome went from being just one of many powers to being the single dominant force in the Mediterranean. As this happened, Rome fought fewer external wars, but not because it lost interest in expansion. Rather, there was simply no one left strong enough to challenge it. Even then, Rome still expanded its territory, showing that its militarism wasn't only about reacting to others. Also, as Rome became more powerful, internal conflict became a bigger problem. Civil wars began to appear, starting with the social war against Rome's Italian allies and continuing with major conflicts in the 80s, 70s, and 40s BC, which eventually ended the Republic. These civil wars happened partly because control over Rome's growing empire became extremely valuable and people were willing to fight for it. This was very different from the earlier days when Rome had to fight just to survive among other small powers. When Augustus became the first emperor, things changed. In the Republic, military glory was a big deal for elite politicians. They used victories to gain fame and power. But Augustus took control of most of the provinces where Roman legions were based, and made sure only his chosen generals, acting under his name, could command them. Victories no longer earned personal triumphs like in the old days. Instead, generals got small honors, like wearing a laurel crown or getting a statue. Whether Augustus planned it this way or not, it worked in his favor. No one else could use military success to become a political rival. Later emperors, especially those without military backgrounds, were often suspicious of successful generals. Some were even removed or pushed aside, like Corbulo under Nero or Agricola under Domitian. This fear of powerful generals likely made emperors more careful about starting new wars, helping explain the more cautious military policy of the imperial period. In the later Roman Empire, especially from the late 3rd century onward, members of the senatorial elite were mostly pushed out of military leadership. This happened gradually, but by this time, military commands were mainly given to men from the equestrian class, those with real military experience. Some sources say this change was made by the Emperor Gallienus, but even if it wasn't a formal decision, the result is clear. The old elite no longer led armies. Unlike before, many of these equestrians had earned their rank through years of service, climbing up from lower positions. Over time, especially in the late 200s, some of these experienced soldiers even became emperors themselves. Many of them came from the Balkans, an area that had become a key place for finding soldiers. These changes happened because the Roman world was going through serious problems. Rome faced strong new enemies, the Sasanian Empire in the east, and larger, more organized barbarian groups in the north. There were also more civil wars again. In some ways, Rome's position in the world was going backward. It was no longer the one dominant power, but one of several strong players. This situation brought about the rise of what we call soldier emperors, and the Roman army grew bigger and more important than ever. Some historians call this period one of growing militarization, meaning the military had more control and influence. But even with this shift, it's important to look more closely and not oversimplify what was really happening. In the later Roman Empire, even though the language of victory and power stayed the same, the empire wasn't really in a position to expand its borders like it had during the Republic. That's an important difference. Emperors in the 3rd and 4th centuries often had military backgrounds, but the system created by Diocletian and Constantine clearly separated military and civilian roles. This was likely done to stop generals from becoming too powerful, and it shows that despite having many soldier emperors, Rome wasn't completely taken over by the military. By the end of the 4th century, it became rare for emperors to have military experience, and they almost never led their armies themselves. This change happened partly because emperors wanted to build dynasties, and partly because 2 emperors had died in battle. When Theodosius I died young, his sons, who lacked military training, took over, which gave powerful generals more influence at court, especially in the western part of the empire. It wasn't until the 6th century, under Emperor Justinian, that Rome made a real effort to expand again. He launched campaigns to take back North Africa from the Vandals and Italy from the Goths. But rather than new conquests, these were efforts to win back lands lost in the 5th century. Religion played a role in Justinian's decision too. He wanted to replace the Arian Christian regimes in those areas with Orthodox Christianity. Even though these campaigns had some success, the Roman Empire still had to deal with the powerful Sasanian Persian Empire, which matched Rome in strength and resources. This rivalry limited how far Roman emperors could go. When the Islamic conquests in the early 7th century destroyed the Sasanian Empire, that limit disappeared. But at the same time, the Roman Empire lost much of its own territory, especially Egypt, which was vital for the economy. This forced the Romans to rethink how their state was organized and what their goals should be. During the Roman Republic, war was such a central part of life that peace wasn't discussed much or seen as something to celebrate. Latin had lots of words related to war, but very few that praised peace. Even the goddess Pax, peace, didn't appear in Roman religion until the end of the Republic. In contrast, the Roman Empire, or Principate, is often linked with the idea of the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This idea was strongly promoted by Augustus, who used monuments like the Altar of Augustan Peace and other forms of media to present himself as the one who ended the chaos of civil wars. People across the empire, especially in regions not usually affected by fighting, appreciated the peace he brought. Later, emperors continued this theme. For example, Tiberius had the Senate declare that civil war had ended thanks to Augustus' divine influence, and after his own civil war, Vespasian built a temple of peace in Rome. But for Augustus, peace didn't just mean the absence of civil war, it also meant securing the empire by keeping control over unstable provinces. This shows that in Roman thinking, peace came from victory, not from mutual agreement. Rome expected others to surrender and accept Roman rule. Roman commanders made this clear. They told foreign envoys that peace was only for those who had given up. Augustus himself described peace through victories, and some even said peace could only be kept with weapons. Others, especially Rome's enemies, saw Roman peace as nothing more than destruction and slavery. In fact, there was a belief among many Romans that peace could be dangerous. Without an enemy to fight, they thought people became lazy and lost their moral strength. This idea was used to justify wars like the one against the Dalmatians in 156 BC. Some historians also blamed the fall of Carthage for making Rome too soft and divided, leading to political violence. Tacitus said soldiers in Syria became weak after too many peaceful years, while the Britons stayed strong because they hadn't known such peace. Even when Rome had no choice but to negotiate peace, like with the Dacians under Domitian or with various barbarian groups in late antiquity, the deals often involved giving money in exchange for peace. Though practical, this kind of bought peace was criticized. Some Roman elites saw it as shameful. One senator, when asked to pay the Gothic leader Alaric to avoid invasion, angrily said, "This is not peace, it's slavery." Even though the Romans usually had a positive view of war and didn't talk much about peace, there are a few surprising moments in Roman sources where people imagined an end to war. For example, the poet Martial wrote a line where a scythe says that thanks to the emperor's peace, it is now used for farming instead of fighting. But this was said after a military victory, so it may not mean much. In 382, a speaker named Themistius told the emperor Theodosius that people in Thrace were turning their weapons into farming tools after a long period of violence. Again, This was said to support a political decision, making peace with the Goths, rather than showing a true shift in thinking about war. In the 6th century, a Roman diplomat said peace was better than war's uncertainty, but he was trying to convince Persia to accept a peace deal, so it was more practical than idealistic. A more unusual story is about the Emperor Probus in the 3rd century, who was said to want to get rid of the army entirely. This claim comes from a source called the Historia Augusta, which many historians don't fully trust. Some think the story is a joke or a parody, possibly making fun of Christian ideas about peace. Others believe it reflects a wish to bring back more power to the Senate instead of the military. Either way, it doesn't seem to show a real anti-war message. Still, the link to Christian beliefs is interesting. Christianity introduced some new ways of thinking about war and peace. While early Christian texts and thinkers didn't completely reject war, they did ask more questions about violence and talked more positively about peace, especially using ideas from the Old Testament. But when Christian emperors came to power, starting in the 4th century, they didn't change much. Leaders like Constantine were military men dealing with big threats and didn't have the time or interest to rethink the role of war. Even St. Augustine's ideas about just war didn't have much effect right away. Instead, in the later Roman Empire, war started to be seen more and more as a religious conflict, fighting not just enemies, but heretics and people of different faiths, like the Persians or Arian Christian Vandals and Goths. During the Roman Republic, war was such an important part of life that it's no surprise the Romans created many rituals to celebrate victory. These ceremonies show how closely war and religion were connected in Roman culture, and also how military success helped boost political power. Even though Rome won many wars, it still faced defeats from time to time, especially in later centuries. So, while we can learn a lot from how they celebrated victories, it's also helpful to see how they reacted when things went wrong, how they explained failure, and whether those explanations changed over time. One of the main ways Romans celebrated victory was by honoring the goddess Victoria, who represented military success. Her cult became visible in the early 200s BC. A statue of her was placed in the Forum, and a temple was built for her on the Palatine Hill before an important war, likely to gain her favor. Later on, commanders like Cato the Elder promised to build temples to her during their campaigns. Victoria also appeared on coins and on items used in war, like decorated ship rams. Over time, other gods got names linked to victory too, like Jupiter Victor and Mars Invictus. As Roman politics became more competitive, generals tried to outdo each other in how they honored Victoria. Marius built many statues after his victories, but Sulla went further, adding public games in her name. Then Pompey built temples for several gods with victory titles, and Caesar expanded Sulla's games. Eventually, Augustus brought the worship of Victoria into everyday political life. He placed a statue and an altar for her in the Senate, where senators offered incense before their meetings. Another way Romans showed gratitude for military success was through supplications, special days of prayer and sacrifice to thank the gods after big victories. These needed approval from the Senate and usually lasted 1 to 5 days in earlier times. But later, as politics became more competitive, these days became longer. Pompey got 10 days, but Caesar was given 15, then 20, then even 40 and 50 days for different victories. Augustus claimed that over his lifetime, he was awarded a total of 890 days of Thanksgiving, showing just how important these rituals had become in politics. During the Roman Republic, the supplicatio, a public thanksgiving to the gods, was often the first step toward the most famous and important celebration of military success: the triumph. A triumph was a grand ceremony that allowed a victorious general to parade through the streets of Rome in a chariot pulled by 4 horses. He wore special clothes and was followed by his soldiers, captured treasures, prisoners, and even images showing his battles and the cities or peoples he had defeated. The event ended with the general offering a sacrifice at the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, showing that the celebration was also religious. But it was just as political. Such a public display gave the commander fame and helped increase his and his family's political power. Because of its prestige, the Senate's permission was needed to hold a triumph, and this made it even more desirable. There was also a smaller ceremony called the ovatio, where the general walked instead of riding in a chariot and wore regular clothing with a crown of myrtle instead of laurel. Although a triumph usually lasted only a day or 2, generals found ways to make the memory last. They built statues, temples, and arches, often with inscriptions to remind everyone of their achievements. Even their homes were decorated with captured treasures. And these decorations had to stay, reminding anyone who passed by of the past glory. The victorious general could wear a laurel crown at public games, and after his death, his family would honor him by wearing his triumphal robes at funerals and speaking proudly of his achievements. Later, during Augustus' rule, triumphs became something only the emperor or his family could have. This change increased the ceremony's prestige, but it also meant triumphs became rarer. While there had been one every few years during the Republic, only a small number happened during the next 2 centuries. This was partly because fewer emperors personally led military campaigns, and because the empire wasn't expanding much anymore. Instead, emperors celebrated their victories in other ways. They created dramatic ceremonies like the Adventus, the emperor's formal arrival in a city, which took over some aspects of the triumph. Still, victory remained central to Roman imperial power. Emperors, especially Augustus, made sure to connect their rule with military success. Augustus celebrated his victories at Actium and Alexandria by founding cities called Nicopolis and organizing regular games. Later emperors built many monuments, such as arches and columns, not just in Rome, but across the empire. They also gave themselves special victory names, featured victory themes on coins, and held religious festivals to mark past triumphs. Victory became such a key part of Roman imperial identity that some scholars even describe it as a kind of theology of victory. In the 3rd century, victory became even more important for the Roman Empire. First, the empire was struggling militarily, and second, a new form of government called the Tetrarchy needed strong reasons to be accepted. So when victories did happen, they were used to boost the power and image of the leaders. For example, in 260, an altar was built in Augsburg to honor the goddess Victoria after a Roman commander defeated barbarian groups and freed many prisoners. Later, in the early 200s and 70s, Emperor Aurelian celebrated a huge triumph in Rome after defeating the Palmyrene queen Zenobia, something Augustus had failed to do with Cleopatra. In 303, Emperors Diocletian and Maximian held a grand triumph in Rome after their victory over the Persians, showing off captured treasure and royal family members of the enemy. Because emperors didn't spend much time in Rome anymore, these visits became very special and symbolic. In the 4th century, the idea of victory started to blend with Christian beliefs. Emperors began to be seen as champions of Christ, and the cross became an important symbol of victory. But at the same time, Christian emperors removed the altar of victory from the Roman Senate house, breaking away from traditional Roman religious customs. By the 6th century, the traditional image of winged victory on Roman coins was replaced with an angel holding a globe and a cross. Another big change was the open celebration of victory in civil wars. Since these were some of the few clear military successes for emperors in this period, they used them to strengthen their authority by labeling their enemies as traitors or illegitimate rulers. The Arch of Constantine is a famous example. It honors Constantine's defeat of Maxentius, calling him a tyrant. Emperor Constantius II did something similar with statues and inscriptions after beating Magnentius. Theodosius I also raised an obelisk in Constantinople to celebrate his victory over Magnus Maximus and his son. In 400, a column decorated with Christian symbols was built in Constantinople to mark the defeat of Gainas, a Roman general who turned against the Emperor Arcadius. Even though this was technically a civil war, Gainas and his troops were Goths, so the monument may have been seen as celebrating a foreign victory. A similar case was Emperor Anastasius's victory over the Isaurians near the end of the 5th century, another civil war, but against a region seen as wild and rebellious. During late antiquity, the emperor who had the best reason to celebrate traditional military victories was Justinian. His greatest success was defeating the Vandal kingdom in North Africa. Justinian proudly shared news of his victories in many ways in Constantinople. He had a statue of himself on horseback placed in the square near the palace, and a mosaic in the palace entrance showed him as the one winning wars through his general Belisarius, receiving treasure and prisoners from the defeated Vandals and Goths. The most famous event was a triumphal parade in 534, where Belisarius was allowed to take part, a rare honor at the time. This was described as a return to the old Roman ways. Still, Justinian made sure that he was seen as the main hero. Belisarius had to walk on foot and bow down before Justinian in the Hippodrome, right next to the captured Vandal king, Gelimer. Unlike earlier Roman triumphs, there was no final sacrifice to Jupiter. In a later parade, Justinian even stopped at a church instead, showing how much things had changed. But what did Romans do when they lost? Although Rome won most of its wars, it still faced defeats. Even people living in faraway Roman provinces believed that Romans always win. Still, Romans sometimes lost battles, even in their strongest periods. A Roman writer named Lucilius said in the 2nd century BC that while Rome lost many battles, it never lost a whole war, which for them was what truly mattered. History shows several major defeats. The Gauls winning at the river Allia in 390 BC and sacking Rome. Hannibal's huge victory at Cannae in 216 BC. Roman soldiers being slaughtered by Germanic tribes at Arausio in 105 BC, and Crassus being crushed by the Parthians at Carrhae in 53 BC. There were also shameful surrenders, like to the Samnites at the Caudine Forks in 321 BC and to the Numantines in 137 BC. These were just some of many losses Rome faced during the Republic, even while building its empire. Even though Rome is known for its many military victories, it also suffered several defeats, especially during the Principate and late antiquity. For example, in AD 9, 3 Roman legions under Varus were completely destroyed in Germany. In 62, the Roman commander Paetus had to surrender to the Parthians in Armenia. In 66, Jewish rebels defeated Cestius at Beth Horon. Other defeats included a Roman legion wiped out by the Dacians in 84 or 85, and later, governors of Cappadocia and Syria lost to Parthian forces in the 160s. In late antiquity, big defeats included Emperor Valerian's capture by the Persians in 260, Emperor Julian's death during a Persian campaign in 363, the Goths crushing Emperor Valens at Adrianople in 378, and the failed naval attack on the Vandals in North Africa in 468. These are just some examples. There were many more. So, how did the Romans react to defeat, given how much they valued victory? Their response can be looked at in two ways: how they remembered the loss, and how they explained it. Unlike the Athenians, Romans didn't build monuments or list names of fallen soldiers in the city. But this didn't mean they ignored defeat. Instead, they had a different tradition. When Rome suffered major losses, they added these events to their religious calendar. The idea was not to honor individuals who died, but to show that Rome had suffered a setback and needed to win back the gods' favor. For instance, July 18th was marked as a Black Day on which no official business was done. This remembered the terrible Gallic victory at the river Allia in 390 BC. Another example is June 8th, when a temple was dedicated to good sense, as a reminder of how poor judgment had led to Rome's loss at Lake Trasimene against Hannibal in 217 BC. When explaining defeats, Romans often blamed the commanders. While actual punishments were rare, some generals were held responsible in public opinion. For example, Claudius Pulcher was blamed after a defeat at sea in 249, and Servilius Caepio after a loss at Arausio in 105 BC. Sometimes, the soldiers were blamed too. After the defeat at Cannae, survivors were sent away to Sicily as punishment. In the 100s and 30s, Roman forces in Spain were criticized for their poor performance, which Scipio Aemilianus had to fix before capturing Numantia. Another example is after the battle against Pyrrhus at Heraclea in 280 BC. Both the general and soldiers were forced to spend the winter in tents as a form of discipline. All of this shows how seriously Romans took defeat, always looking for someone to blame and ways to improve. Sometimes, Romans explained military defeat not just by blaming the commander or the soldiers, but by saying that religious rituals had been ignored or done incorrectly. They believed that losing a battle could mean the gods were angry or had withdrawn their support. This shows again how closely religion and war were connected in Roman thinking. For example, some sources say that Claudius Pulcher lost a battle in 249 BC because he ignored bad omens. C. Flaminius was said to have skipped important religious duties before he was killed at the Battle of Lake Trasimene in 217 BC. Crassus also reportedly ignored warnings before beginning his failed Parthian campaign. Even later on, this kind of thinking continued. After hearing about the disaster where Varus lost 3 legions, Augustus promised to hold big games for Jupiter, hoping this would help Rome recover, just like during earlier crises. Another example is Paetus, who went into Armenia even though there were signs of bad luck. His horse got spooked while crossing a river, and an animal escaped before a sacrifice could be made properly. When it came to blaming people for defeat, generals in the Principate period were not usually put on trial, often because they had died in battle, either by the enemy or by suicide. Varus and Severianus killed themselves, and others like Sabinus died in combat. Cestius Gallus died soon after his defeat. But even if they weren't punished officially, these commanders were still criticized after death. Writers like Velleius Paterculus said Varus was a bad general, and another story claimed Severianus only went to fight in Armenia because he listened to a fake prophet. Regular soldiers were less often blamed, but some sources said that Roman troops in Syria in the 160s lost to the Parthians because they had become lazy and spoiled by living in rich eastern cities. This idea, that luxury made Roman soldiers weak, was a common belief, even if it wasn't always true. During the early Roman Empire, defeats rarely happened when the emperor was personally leading the army. This helped protect the emperor from being blamed. While some emperors, like Trajan, led battles themselves, many others, such as Tiberius and Hadrian, chose not to, even if they had military backgrounds. But this changed in the 3rd and 4th centuries. Emperors became more directly involved in military campaigns, which also made them more open to criticism when things went wrong. At the same time, the rise of Christianity introduced new ways of explaining military failures. For example, when Emperor Valerian was captured by the Persians in 260, something that had never happened to an emperor before, Christian writers said it was punishment from God, especially since Valerian had ordered the persecution of Christians a few years earlier. One writer even said he was rightfully defeated. Similarly, Emperor Julian's campaign in Persia and his death were seen by Christians as a result of his return to paganism. Even though Valens was a Christian, his loss at Adrianople was blamed on his support of the Arian branch of Christianity, which many saw as heretical. Not everyone agreed with these Christian views. Some pagan writers, like Libanius, claimed that a Christian Roman soldier killed Julian, and that the gods were angry because Julian's death had not been avenged. Ammianus Marcellinus, a pagan historian who admired Julian, hinted that Julian may have ignored bad omens before invading Persia. Others believed Valens' death was linked to his harsh treatment of pagans, especially during a crackdown in Antioch. In 384, the senator Symmachus asked Emperor Valentinian II to bring back the altar of victory to the Senate House. He argued that abandoning traditional Roman religion would only lead to more defeats by foreign enemies. This view grew stronger among pagans, especially historians like Zosimus and Eunapius, who blamed the empire's military failures on the emperors turning away from the old gods and choosing Christianity instead. In response, Christian thinkers like Augustan wrote major works to defend their faith. Augustine's City of God aimed to prove that Christianity was not the cause of Rome's troubles. His student Orosius also wrote a history to show that the disasters of the pagan past were worse than anything happening in his Christian era. In late antiquity, people didn't just explain military defeats through religion. They also saw human decisions and actions as important causes. For example, even though Christian writers said that Emperor Valerian's defeat in 260 was God's punishment, other explanations existed. The historian Zosimus, who was not a Christian, said that Valerian's army was weakened by a plague and that he tried to make peace with the Persian king, but during negotiations, Shapur betrayed him and took him prisoner. This may have been Zosimus's way of defending Valerian, as other pagan sources simply said Valerian was defeated in war without calling him incompetent. Julian's defeat is harder to understand because there was so much debate about his religious beliefs. But in Valens' case, ancient sources suggest that the emperor, his generals, and even his soldiers were blamed for poor military leadership. Still, since many of them died in the battle, that criticism had little real impact. After Emperor Theodosius I died in 395, emperors rarely led battles themselves. At first, this was because his sons were too young, but it also likely reflected the fear of political chaos, like what happened after the deaths of Julian and Valens in battle. Keeping emperors away from the battlefield helped protect them from being blamed for failure. Instead, blame shifted to the generals. For instance, when the general Belisarius was defeated by the Persians in 531, Emperor Justinian held an investigation and removed him from command. Later, in the same century, several generals were dismissed after losing battles, but they were not put on trial, and many managed to return to important positions. Belisarius, for example, became a hero again the next year by saving Justinian during the Nika riots, and then defeating the Vandals. Others were able to return to power because they were related to the emperor. In this way, removing generals became a useful tool for emperors to avoid taking blame themselves when things went wrong. From early in the Roman Republic, being a soldier and being a citizen were closely connected. One clear sign of this was the structure of the Centuriate Assembly, the group of citizens that voted for top government officials and declared wars. This assembly was actually linked to the Roman army. It was organized like a military unit. The citizens met on the Campus Martius, a field near the Tiber River, where soldiers also trained and were recruited. Citizens were divided into 193 groups called centuries, and these groups determined both their military roles and their voting power. The historian Polybius pointed out that Rome's strength in war came from the fact that its soldiers were citizens who had a personal connection to their land and families. Unlike Carthage, which used hired foreign troops, Rome's citizen soldiers fought harder and stayed committed, even after defeats, because they were defending their own country. Because of this strong link between citizenship and military service, slaves were not allowed to join the army. This rule wasn't new in the empire. It had been around since the Republic. The strongest proof of this rule comes from a rare exception. After the major Roman defeat at the Battle of Cannae, Rome faced a manpower crisis. So, in desperation, they armed 8,000 young, strong slaves, but only after asking each one if they agreed to fight. The government bought them from their owners, and these men, called volones, served bravely. After helping to win the Battle of Beneventum in 214 BC, they were rewarded with their freedom. But this was a one-time solution, not a new policy. Roman beliefs about honor, bravery, and the idea that only free men could truly be courageous were too deeply rooted for slaves to regularly serve in the military. In the early days of the Roman Republic, being born a citizen wasn't enough to join the army. You also had to own property. Until around the late 2nd or early 1st century BC, this rule was strictly followed. Every 5 years, Roman citizens had to report how much property they owned during a census. Although all citizens could vote in the Centuriate Assembly, the system was designed so that wealthy citizens had more power and influence, both in politics and in the army. This made sense back then because the government didn't provide soldiers with weapons or armor. Each man had to buy his own. So the more wealth you had, the more you could contribute to Rome's military, and the more your vote counted. At the very bottom of this system were the proletari, citizens who were too poor to own land or significant property. Their name came from proles, meaning offspring, because their only real value to the state was having children who might serve in the future. They usually didn't serve in the legions. Instead, they were often part of the urban poor and were not expected to fight unless Rome faced a serious emergency. In those rare times, they might be armed and sent into battle. Normally, though, their role was to serve as rowers in the navy, which was dangerous during sea wars but seen as much less honorable than being a legionary soldier. Even freed slaves could be rowers, showing how this job was considered lower in status. Overall, the system supported the idea that small landowners, especially farmers, made the best soldiers. This belief was summed up by Cato the Elder, who once said that the bravest and toughest men came from the countryside. In the early and middle Roman Republic, there was a strong connection between being a soldier, being a citizen, and owning land. This made sense because most wars happened close to home, in or near Italy. But things started to change when Rome began expanding overseas and when civil wars broke out near the end of the Republic. During the civil wars of the 40s and 30s BC, powerful leaders like Caesar, Pompey, Antony, and Octavian began recruiting soldiers who weren't Roman citizens. This broke the old rule that only citizens could join the legions, and over time, military service became a way to earn Roman citizenship. At the same time, the link between land ownership and military service also began to weaken. Famous figures like the Gracchi brothers pushed for land reform, and later, Marius allowed even the poor to join the army. For a long time, historians believed that as Rome's armies were sent farther away to places like Spain and the eastern Mediterranean, it became harder for small farmers to leave their land for long military campaigns. Wealthy Romans, enriched by war, bought up farmland and used captured slaves to work it. As a result, fewer citizens had enough property to qualify for military service, and this supposedly led to a recruitment crisis that Marius solved by letting the landless join the army. This idea was popular because it offered a simple explanation for the fall of the Republic. But it was mostly based on ancient texts, which might have exaggerated the changes. In recent years, archaeologists have done fieldwork in parts of Italy and found that many small farms continued to exist even after these supposed crises. This suggests that the shift wasn't as dramatic as once believed. New studies using inscriptions have also revealed that Roman men usually didn't get married until their late 20s. Since men could be drafted at 17, it was often the sons of small farmers, rather than the farmers themselves, who went to war. This means military service may not have harmed small farms as much as older historians thought. When we look at the bigger picture, Marius' well-known recruitment of landless citizens for his African campaign in 107 BC might not have been as important as people often think. In the years that followed, most soldiers still came from the countryside, not from the poor, jobless people in the cities. No other Roman general is known to have copied Marius' example, which suggests that there was still a good supply of citizens who owned property and were eligible to serve. The historian Sallust noted that the proletari were eager to join Marius because they hoped to gain wealth from war, and some scholars believe Marius only accepted them to gain more support from the common people in Rome. What really weakened the connection between property ownership and military service was the large-scale recruitment during the Social War and the Civil Wars at the end of the Republic, when the need for soldiers was at its peak. One major change was how the army recruited men. Instead of making them come to Rome for selection, officials called conquistadores were sent out across the countryside to find new soldiers. These recruiters probably didn't check if the men owned land, which meant even the poor could be accepted. Still, the idea of the farmer soldier remained strong for many years. In the late 2nd century AD, the philosopher Maximus of Tyre said that farmers made good soldiers because they were used to hard work. Later, in the 4th or 5th century, the military writer Vegetius agreed, saying that people from the countryside were better suited for army life. They were strong, used to living simply, and not spoiled by luxury. In contrast, he thought city workers like bakers or weavers were not fit for war because their jobs were seen as soft or too domestic. It's hard to say how true this ideal was in real life during the empire, but some evidence shows that many recruits came from small landowning families, while other sources suggest that poor country people also joined the army, hoping for a better future. In late antiquity, new soldiers were mostly recruited based on the same system used for collecting land taxes. This meant that almost all recruits came from the countryside, especially from poor, underdeveloped areas like the Balkans, Isauria, and Armenia. These regions, lacking large cities, were seen as the best places to find new soldiers. One famous example is Justin I, who later became emperor. In the mid-400s, he and 2 other poor peasants from Illyria joined the army because they lived in poverty and hardship at home. Still, even though rural people were seen as good material for soldiers, training was important. Procopius described how a group of farmers from central Anatolia suffered in battle because they had just left farm life and weren't ready for war. Once these men joined the army, they left their farming life behind, often for 20 years or more, since military service became a full-time job. In fact, soldiers weren't allowed to buy land in the provinces where they were serving, so they wouldn't get distracted by farming. But they could still inherit or rent land, and others like family members or hired workers could farm it while they were away. There's some written proof that this happened in late antiquity. There was also a special group of soldiers called limitane who guarded the empire's frontiers between the 4th and 6th centuries. Some laws from that time mention that these soldiers worked the land and that this land should stay with them. This shows that the state knew farming helped support these troops. Even though some later writers looked down on the limitani and treated them like part-time militia, this view is unfair. These soldiers still got regular pay until the mid-500s, and there's strong evidence that they remained capable fighters. Just like the farmer soldiers of the early Republic, they proved that soldiers involved in farming could still be very effective. So even if some late Roman soldiers farmed during their service, it doesn't mean the army was falling apart. After the end of the Republic, being a Roman citizen still remained very important for anyone who wanted to serve in the legions. During the Principate, soldiers had to prove they were freeborn Roman citizens. In some official documents from that time, new recruits clearly stated that they were Roman citizens and had the right to join the legion. Slaves were not allowed to serve in the army, and there are several strong examples of this rule. For instance, in the early 2nd century, Emperor Trajan told Pliny the Younger that 2 slaves who had tried to join the army should be punished with death if they had done it without their master's permission. This showed just how seriously the Romans still took the rule. Of course, there were rare exceptions. In major crises, like after the disaster in which 3 legions were wiped out under Varus, Augustus allowed slaves to be recruited, but only after they had been set free first. Even though the empire was much bigger during the Principate, covering the entire Mediterranean region, the citizenship requirement limited who could join the legions. At least in the 1st century AD, more and more, the army began to recruit the descendants of people who had been given Roman citizenship during the late Republic, especially from Western provinces. This was partly because people from Italy didn't want to serve far from home, often at dangerous frontiers like the Rhine, the Danube, or Syria. So, although the ideal of the citizen soldier was still respected, the people filling that role were becoming more culturally diverse. In the eastern provinces, where fewer people were Roman citizens, the legions sometimes recruited non-citizens and gave them citizenship when they joined. Those who weren't citizens could still serve in the auxilia, and they were granted Roman citizenship only after completing their service. There are many surviving military diplomas, bronze documents that recorded the granting of citizenship after service, which show how important this reward was, both for the government and the soldiers themselves. Even though the total number of people who got citizenship this way wasn't huge, it still mattered a lot. When Emperor Caracalla gave Roman citizenship to almost all free people in the empire in 212 AD, it might seem like the idea of the citizen soldier was no longer important. However, legal status still mattered in 2 ways. First, this new law did not include slaves, and since slavery remained common in Roman society, the legal background of soldiers was still important. Several laws from the 4th and 6th centuries repeated the ban on slaves joining the army. Other laws also stressed that it was necessary to check whether new recruits were truly freeborn. Still, in times of crisis, like during the invasion of Italy in 406, the government allowed slaves to join the army in exchange for freedom and money, though they still preferred freeborn men, who were seen as more loyal to Rome. Second, even after Caracalla's law, some freeborn people who were not registered as Roman citizens still existed, likely because some officials didn't properly record all new citizens. In the mid-4th century, Emperor Julian mentioned that his army included both citizens and foreigners. His troops had recruits from areas beyond the Rhine River, and this fits with the general pattern in the 4th century, where Roman emperors began to recruit many barbarians. Some of these people were from defeated groups that had been allowed to settle inside the empire in exchange for military service. These people likely didn't have full Roman citizenship at first. Others came from outside the empire on their own, and sometimes rose to high military positions. Even though ancient sources don't clearly say whether these successful foreigners officially became citizens, it's hard to believe they weren't given citizenship, especially since some became top generals or even consuls. Over time, the difference between citizens and freeborn non-citizens seems to have faded away. It wasn't necessarily because they went through a formal citizenship process, but because they lived as Romans, followed Roman laws, and were accepted as part of the system. In fact, in a letter between two officers in the early 500s about whether someone could join the army, there was no mention of citizenship at all, showing that by then, being a citizen was more about how you lived than your legal paperwork. The Greek historian Polybius once said that courage was the most important virtue in any state, but especially in Rome. He also explained that Roman funeral ceremonies, which celebrated the bravery of the dead and their ancestors, inspired young men to be willing to suffer and even die for the good of the Republic, hoping to win glory. For him, courage was a key reason behind Rome's military strength during the Republic. In Latin, several words could mean courage, like audacia, fortitudo, and animus, but the word virtus was seen as the best one, especially since it came from vir, meaning man. This shows how courage was considered a manly quality, just like the Greek word andreia. Virtus was strongly connected to military skill, and over time it was even treated like a goddess. A Roman general named Marcellus promised to build a temple for Honos and Virtus after he beat the Gauls in battle in 222 BC and killed their leader himself. Later, other generals followed this tradition. Scipio Aemilianus built a shrine to Virtus after taking Carthage in 146 BC. Marius built a temple after defeating the Cimbri in 101 BC, and Pompey added a shrine to Virtus in his theater to celebrate his victories in the East. For the Roman elite, showing courage was extremely important. A good example is Cato the Elder. As a young man, instead of bragging about legal victories, he preferred to show the scars on the front of his body from battles. Another example is the young Scipio Nasica, who led a dangerous night raid in 168 BC and killed an enemy with a spear. These stories show how young Roman nobles tried to prove their bravery early in their careers, often when serving as military tribunes or cavalry officers. The best way to show this courage was often through single combat, fighting one-on-one with an enemy in front of everyone. Polybius wrote that many young Romans had volunteered for such fights to decide the outcome of battles. These one-on-one duels seem to have happened fairly often during the Republic. One noble from the 2nd century BC even claimed he had fought 23 enemies in single combat and won every time, taking their weapons as trophies and getting scars on his front side, never his back. Still, soldiers had to get their commander's permission to fight like this, so not everyone could do it whenever they wanted. This shows that while bravery was honored, it was also carefully controlled within the army. Ordinary Roman soldiers during the Republic could show courage in many ways during battle. One of the most basic was simply holding their ground and staying in formation, especially in the front lines where the fighting was hand-to-hand and extremely dangerous. A powerful example comes from the battle near Pistoria in 62 BC, where the historian Sallust described how Catiline's defeated soldiers died exactly where they stood, showing how bravely they had fought. But Roman soldiers could also be brave in a more active way. by attacking fearlessly. For instance, Scipio's men climbed the walls of New Carthage with no hesitation, and Caesar's troops rushed at the Germans so quickly that they didn't even have time to throw their javelins first. At the Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BC, Caesar's soldiers charged first, while Pompey's men held their ground and responded bravely when attacked. The Roman army also encouraged soldiers to perform heroic acts by giving out dona militaria, special military rewards. These included things like golden crowns for the first man to climb a city wall. The historian Polybius said these awards helped inspire young soldiers to face danger and try to outdo each other in battle. While early on, only a few types of awards existed and were given for specific acts like wounding or killing an enemy. Later on, the kinds of rewards and situations for earning them became more varied. Ordinary soldiers, not just officers, could win these honors. For example, during the siege of New Carthage, Scipio promised gold crowns and other prizes to soldiers who showed great bravery, which got the troops excited and motivated. These rewards weren't just for morale. They were also important symbols. Soldiers who won them got special treatment, like leading spots in religious parades. They also proudly displayed their decorations in their homes, especially in the room where they welcomed guests. This shows how much Roman society respected courage. In fact, there were even debates about which soldier had shown the most bravery in history. One famous example was L. Siccius Dentatus, known as the Roman Achilles, who was said to have fought in many one-on-one battles, had 45 scars on the front of his body, and won a huge number of military awards. Stories like his made courage a key part of what it meant to be a Roman soldier. When Roman soldiers showed bravery in battle, they could gain personal glory and admiration. But there was also a risk. If too many soldiers focused on their own heroism, it might harm the unity and organization of the army. Still, in reality, individual acts of courage rarely caused big problems, likely because most of these actions came from soldiers at the front, like skirmishers or cavalry, who had more freedom to act on their own. In fact, these bold actions could even boost the morale of the rest of the army, encouraging a more aggressive and confident attitude in battle. The key was finding a good balance between personal bravery and loyalty to the group, and between taking initiative and following orders. However, another part of Roman military discipline could clash with the idea of manly courage: the use of physical punishment. Soldiers could be beaten if they made mistakes like falling behind on a march or losing their weapons. This was a problem because, in Roman society, being beaten was usually something only slaves experienced. So punishing free Roman citizens this way felt wrong to many and could cause unrest, as seen in the soldier mutinies early in Emperor Tiberius's rule. Some historians think that one way Romans tried to deal with this contradiction was by giving a different meaning to wounds received in battle. While scars from beatings were seen as shameful, wounds on the front of the body earned respect and proved a soldier's bravery. These battle scars became a symbol of manhood and honor, showing that the soldier had faced the enemy head-on and fulfilled his duty with courage. During the Principate period, the idea of courage, or virtus, changed in some important ways. It became strongly connected to the emperor, starting with Augustus, who included it on his golden shield in the Senate House. On coins and other symbols, virtus was used to show the emperor's strength and loyalty to Rome. While it still meant bravery in war, it also came to mean serving the state faithfully. As fewer opportunities remained for aristocrats to win glory in battle, some philosophers, especially the Stoics, started to think about virtues in ways that didn't involve fighting. Also, the old tradition of formal single combat disappeared, and military awards were more often given to officers rather than ordinary soldiers. Still, bravery in battle was important. The word virtus shows up on many soldier gravestones, and stories from the early empire tell of soldiers who fought bravely. For example, during the Jewish revolt around 70 AD, a cavalryman named Longinus ran into enemy lines, killed 2 men, and made it back safely. Another soldier, Marcus Valerius Maximianus, was praised on his tomb for killing a barbarian leader with his own hands. But interestingly, both of these examples come from cavalry units. And even though Longinus's courage inspired others, his commander Titus told his men not to take such risks. He wanted them to show their bravery in safer, more disciplined ways. This shows that while individual heroism was still admired, it had to fit within the controlled, professional style of the Roman army during the empire. In late antiquity, as emperors became more directly involved in battles, especially in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the idea of virtus, meaning bravery or courage, became even more closely tied to them. Writers of the time, like Menander Rhetor, said that military courage was the most important quality an emperor could have. Speeches praising emperors often focused on their bravery in war. For example, Constantine was praised for fighting bravely, even in single combat, and inscriptions honored him and other emperors for their courage and victories. Constantius II was also praised for leading battles against the Persians with great bravery. The historian Ammianus described Emperor Julian's strength by telling how he fought in the front lines, withstood extreme conditions, and sometimes even physically stopped his soldiers from running away in battle. Old heroic ideals from the Roman Republic were still remembered. Ammianus mentioned famous Roman heroes like Marcellus and Siccius Dentatus. In 359, some officers who led a risky night attack during the siege of Amida were honored with statues in full armor. When some soldiers fled during the Battle of Strasbourg, Julian punished them by making them wear women's clothing and walk through the camp. This humiliation made them fight even more bravely later on to regain their honor. There are also signs that formal single combat might have returned in this period, but it wasn't very common. Most of the known stories come from the historian Procopius, who may have made them more dramatic on purpose, especially since many of the fighters came from different cultural backgrounds and were often cavalry officers. Overall, while the idea of courage remained important, how it was shown and celebrated changed over time. The words Andrea and virtus both originally meant courage, but they also come from words meaning man, which shows how strongly the idea of bravery was tied to masculinity in Roman and Greek culture. This makes it interesting to think about how women were seen when they took part in war or military roles. The Roman historian Tacitus shows that elite Roman men were uncomfortable with women being involved in military matters. For example, he criticized Agrippina the Elder for acting like a general on the Rhine frontier in AD 15, and he disapproved of Plancina, the wife of a governor, for taking part in military training exercises. In this kind of social environment, it's not surprising that the only women who were spoken about positively in military roles were not Roman. They were outsiders like Boudica, Zenobia, and Mavia, women from the edges of the empire. Even in archaeology, there may be signs of this idea. Some Roman helmets have masks showing female faces, which might reflect themes from Amazon legends or Eastern cultures, both seen as foreign and exotic by Romans. Throughout Roman history, new weapons, armor, and siege machines did improve how wars were fought. But there was never a major invention that completely changed warfare, like gunpowder or airplanes did in later times. In Rome, the key to winning wars was having enough soldiers. So how the Roman state got people to join the army was extremely important. To gather enough men, the government often used force, meaning they had to use conscription or mandatory military service. In the Republic, the recruitment process was called the delectus, which literally means choice, but it wasn't voluntary for the people selected. officials chose men from those who were legally required to serve, and they had no say in the matter. At first, only citizens who owned a certain amount of property were allowed to join the army, and the poorest citizens were left out. Even among those eligible, only men between 17 and 45 were regularly recruited, while older men between 46 and 60 were called up only in emergencies. In theory, young men were supposed to serve for 16 years, but usually they could leave after 6 years, unless there was a major war, like the one against Hannibal. In the early Republic, the selection happened in Rome. But as people spread across Italy, local officials had to help with recruitment. By the 1st century BC, those living near Rome were gathered at a field called the Campus Martius, while recruiters were sent to the countryside to find more soldiers. Many stories tell us that this system was enforced by punishment. People who tried to avoid service could be fined, whipped, exiled, or even sold into slavery. There were also moments when large groups of people resisted joining the army, especially when wars seemed hard or unlikely to bring rewards. Spanish campaigns, for example, were unpopular. But these cases were exceptions. Most eligible citizens accepted their duty. It was only at the end of the Republic, during the Social War and the Civil Wars that followed, when the state became more aggressive in forcing people into the army, using recruiters to actively hunt down those who could be drafted. In addition to force, Rome also used soft power to recruit soldiers during the Republic, especially through personal connections and favors. Powerful leaders, like the consuls, could let certain people avoid military service even if they didn't have a legal reason. Sometimes tribunes of the plebs pressured consuls to grant these exemptions. Generals also relied on their personal networks to gather troops. For example, Scipio Aemilianus raised an army of 4,000 men for a campaign in Spain in 134 BC, many of whom were his friends or clients. Similarly, Pompey used his family's estates and connections in Picenum to raise an army in the 80s BC. Later, when Augustus transformed Rome's part-time citizen army into a professional standing army, this changed the way soldiers were recruited. Instead of creating new legions every time there was a need, the army now moved existing troops to where they were needed most. The pressure to find new soldiers became less intense compared to the final years of the Republic, and since the military now offered stable, paid employment with a reward at the end, more people were willing to join voluntarily. Over time, most of these new recruits came from outside Italy, showing that forced recruitment, or conscription, was no longer widely used in the Italian heartland. Even though volunteer soldiers became more common over time, this doesn't mean that conscription, forcing people to join the army, was completely abandoned. All Roman citizens were technically still required to serve in the military, and we have some evidence that conscription was still used, especially during the 1st century. Later on, in the time of Emperor Septimius Severus, military service became more attractive because soldiers' pay increased and most recruits were stationed close to home. These changes made volunteering more popular. However, in the provinces, especially for the auxiliary troops, conscription remained more common. For example, forced military service helped trigger revolts in Dalmatia in AD 6, Thrace in AD 26, and Batavia in AD 69. Rome also learned that they could get soldiers more easily by working with local leaders in the provinces who helped supply troops. In the mid-3rd century, new threats and civil wars increased the need for more soldiers, which likely led to more forced recruitment, even if we don't have much direct evidence from that time. When we do get better records, around the time of Emperor Diocletian, we see that conscription was very important again. Landowners had to supply soldiers based on the size of their land. If they had small farms, they were grouped with others to meet the quota. Sometimes, instead of men, landowners could pay a special tax called recruit gold. But this decision came from the government, not the landowners themselves. This system had problems. Some landowners sent people they didn't want around, probably poor workers or troublemakers, so they weren't ideal soldiers. Military service was so unpopular that new recruits were tattooed, and in some cases, force was used to get them into the army. Some people even injured themselves, especially by cutting off a thumb, just to avoid being recruited. There were so many cases like this that the emperors had to make new laws to stop it. Another sign of how much the Roman Empire needed soldiers was a rule introduced under Emperor Diocletian, which required the sons of soldiers to also join the army when they became adults. Before this, many sons of soldiers had joined the military willingly. This is seen in documents that described them as being from the camp, but now it became an obligation. This system made sense for the government. These young men had grown up around soldiers, were used to army life, and could be easily tracked since they were registered with their father's units from a young age. Some historians have thought that by the late 5th century, when the empire had shrunk to just the eastern half, conscription became less necessary and more men volunteered. But this idea mostly comes from the fact that legal sources stop mentioning conscription, which may just mean they assumed it was still happening like before. Other small pieces of evidence from the late 6th century show that forced recruitment likely continued. So how many soldiers did Rome actually have at different times? That's an important question because it shows how well the state could gather men for war, and how much that affected the general population. It also helps us understand how big campaigns were and whether Rome could manage the logistics. In the Middle and Late Republic, Rome got most of its soldiers from Italy, from both Roman citizens and allied communities. But as Rome expanded, it also started using more non-Italian troops, known as auxilia, which became more important than people usually realize. When looking at Roman citizens, we can see some patterns. In the 3rd century BC, before the Hannibalic War, Rome usually raised 4 legions per year, 2 for each consul, meaning about 18,000 soldiers. But during the Hannibalic War, this number grew rapidly. From 214 BC onwards, Rome raised more than 20 legions yearly, and in 212 BC, they raised 25 legions, the highest number. In the early 2nd century BC, the average dropped to around 10 legions per year, since Rome had regular wars in Spain, northern Italy, and the eastern regions. In the second half of that century, the number dropped even more, except during major threats like the wars with the Cimbri and Teutones. In the 1st century BC, the number of legions rose again during wars like those against Sertorius, Mithridates, and Caesar's campaigns in Gaul. During the civil wars at the end of the Republic, the number exploded, possibly reaching 60 legions by the Battle of Actium. However, these big numbers don't tell the whole story. After the Social War in the 80s BC, Rome gave citizenship to many Italian allies, which greatly expanded the pool of people eligible to fight. So even though the civil wars put a heavy burden on the citizen population, it probably wasn't worse than during the Hannibalic War, and maybe even easier to manage because the population had grown over time. These numbers show that during the Roman Republic, the state could gather a much larger number of soldiers when it faced serious threats. But that leads to another important question. What percentage of the total citizen population did these soldiers actually represent? This is a hard question to answer for 2 main reasons. First, ancient sources don't agree on how many men were in a legion. Sometimes they say 4,000, sometimes 6,000. Second, we don't know the exact size of the Roman citizen population during the Republic. We do have some census records, but historians disagree on how to interpret them. For example, one census taken around 70 to 69 BC says there were less than 1 million citizens, while another taken in 28 BC lists over 4 million. Some scholars, like Peter Brunt, believe the earlier numbers counted only adult males, while the later number also included women and children. Based on this idea, the real number of adult male citizens in 28 BC would be closer to 1.7 million. This idea is known as the low count. Others, like Elio Locascio, argue that the later census still counted only adult males, giving us the high count. Most experts lean toward the low count, but there's also a middle count approach that tries to find a balance. Using the low count, historians estimate that during the Hannibalic War in 212 BC, about 29% of adult male citizens were serving in the army. That's a very high number, but not impossible. If you include women and children in the total population, then about 12.6% of all Roman citizens were in the army at that time. That's similar to the Confederate States' military participation during the American Civil War in the 1860s. Even if we use the high count, we still get a rate of about 6.4%, which is similar to the military recruitment rates in countries like Prussia and Sweden in the 1700s. So no matter how we read the numbers, we can say that Rome was able to recruit huge numbers of soldiers during emergencies, like the Hannibalic War or the Social War, more than many European countries managed even centuries later. While Rome probably couldn't keep up those high numbers for many years, it clearly had the ability to respond with massive manpower in times of crisis. During the Principate, the way Rome managed its army and manpower changed a lot compared to the Republic. First, the people of Italy began to play a smaller role in army recruitment, while more soldiers started to come from the provinces, regions outside of Italy, which had much larger populations. Sometimes even people from beyond Rome's borders were used. Second, when Augustus created a permanent, full-time army, it meant that the number of soldiers stayed more stable over time, although sometimes it changed when legions were lost or new ones were added to protect new provinces. For example, when Augustus died in AD 14, there were 25 legions. By the time of Emperor Septimius Severus, nearly 200 years later, this number had grown to 33 because the empire had expanded into new regions like Britain, Arabia, Dacia, and Mesopotamia, places that needed defending but also provided new soldiers. Historians estimate that the Roman army during this period had between 400,000 and 500,000 soldiers. The exact number depends on things like when we measure it, how big we think each legion was, and how many auxiliary troops there were compared to legionaries. Most experts agree the number was around 400,000. Now, when we compare that number to the total population of the Roman Empire, which was probably around 50 million in Augustus's time, and maybe 60 million by the middle of the 2nd century, the army made up less than 1% of the population. But since only men could be soldiers, and we have to exclude women, children, and the elderly, the percentage of eligible men in the army was probably closer to 2% or a bit more, depending on how we guess mortality rates. Even at its largest, this was not a huge burden on the empire's population. In fact, compared to earlier times like the Republic, when military service was more widespread and intense during major wars, the Principate's standing army was relatively light in terms of manpower demands. In late antiquity, most historians agree that the Roman army grew in size during the 4th century, possibly reaching around 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers. If we compare this to the 2nd century, when the army was about 400,000 strong, it shows an increase of about 25%. You might expect this to have put more pressure on the empire's manpower, especially since the population had suffered from serious plagues in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. But even with these challenges, and although population growth probably resumed in the 4th century, most studies suggest that recruiting soldiers was still manageable and didn't overwhelm the population. Even a major plague in the 6th century didn't seem to hurt recruitment much, perhaps because it mainly affected city dwellers, while the army mostly recruited from the countryside. The real problem with manpower came when many soldiers were lost in battle, which happened more often in late antiquity. In those cases, it was hard to replace experienced troops quickly. Another important topic is the size of armies sent out on specific campaigns. These numbers help us understand how well the Roman state could organize and supply its forces. While massive armies were sometimes formed, like the 70,000 to 80,000 who fought Hannibal at Cannae, more common were armies of 25,000 to 30,000 men, especially during the Middle Republic. In the Late Republic, Crassus went to fight the Parthians with about 45,000 men, and Caesar had a similar number at the Siege of Alesia. Under the emperors, some large armies were raised, such as 100,000 men against Maroboduus in AD 6, or Trajan's invasion of Dacia in 105. In the 4th century, Julian led 65,000 soldiers into Persia, and in the 6th century, Anastasius sent an army of 52,000 to defend Mesopotamia. Armies of around 50,000 were quite large for pre-modern Europe and show how organized the Roman military system was. They were mostly infantry, which were easier to supply than cavalry. Still, the fact that armies bigger than 50,000 were rare shows that there were limits to what the Roman state could handle. In the early days of Rome, soldiers had to pay for their own equipment, and there was no regular salary for military service. Since battles were usually close to home, this system worked for a while. Every citizen was expected to bring his own armor and weapons based on how rich he was, which was checked through regular censuses. But as Rome started fighting wars farther away and for longer periods, a daily payment called stipendium was introduced to cover living costs. Some ancient sources say this began around 406 BC, during a war with the Etruscans. But since Rome didn't use coins at that time, this date is uncertain. It may have actually started during the Samnite Wars a bit later. What's clear is that this payment was connected to a new tax on property called the tributum, which helped fund the army. Over time, the cost of paying soldiers increased greatly. For example, one estimate says that in the early 2nd century BC, Rome spent about 228 million denarii on the stipendium, and by the early 1st century BC, that amount had risen to 968 million. This rise was because more legions were fighting, especially during the Social War and the Civil Wars, and because Rome now had to pay not only its own soldiers, but also those from allied cities. When all military expenses were added up, they took up about 60% of the state's income in the early 2nd century BC and 65% in the early 1st century BC. Even though the spending went up a lot, Rome also gained wealth through victories, which helped balance the cost. For example, after defeating the Macedonians in 167 BC, Rome took over their royal treasury, which allowed them to stop collecting the tributum tax for a while. That tax wasn't brought back during the rest of the 2nd century, probably because new provinces brought in enough money through taxes, and the elite preferred not to rely on ordinary citizens when making decisions about war. Later, Emperor Augustus created a permanent standing army, which came with a big financial cost. One major cost was the retirement bonus he promised: 12,000 sesterti for regular soldiers and 20,000 for the elite praetorians. At first, soldiers received land and some money when they retired, but giving land became hard without taking it away from others, which caused political problems. So in 13 BC, Augustus began giving only money, and he paid for it himself at first. But by AD 6, he realized he couldn't keep doing that forever, so he created a special military treasury called the Aerarium Militare. He put some of his own money in it, but most of the funding came from new taxes, a 5% tax on inheritances and a 1% tax on auction sales, especially of land. These taxes weren't popular, especially among the wealthy, but the system lasted until the early 3rd century. It's not easy to figure out exactly how much the Roman Empire spent on its army after it became a permanent, standing force. Some things are known, like the yearly pay for legionaries, 900 sestertii during Augustus's time, later increased to 1,200 by Domitian in 84 AD. We also have a fairly good idea of how many men were in a legion, usually between 5,000 and 5,500. But there are many other unknowns, such as how many support troops there were, how much they were paid, whether military units were fully staffed or under strength, how much officers earned, and how many soldiers lived long enough to receive their retirement bonus. Because of all these uncertainties, historians give different estimates for the army's total yearly cost in the 1st century, ranging from 370 million sestertii to around 500 million. These numbers also need to be compared to the total money available to the emperor each year, which is even harder to estimate. Scholars think the imperial budget might have been somewhere between 670 and 900 million sestertii. So, depending on which figures you use, the army may have taken up anywhere from 25% to 75% of the whole budget. But most likely, it was somewhere on the lower end of that range. One reason for this is that, while army pay provided a steady income and made military service attractive, it wasn't especially generous, especially after subtracting costs like food and equipment. Also, since the state could still draft people into the army, it didn't need to offer high pay. Taxes during the Principate were also low, probably under 10%, so the empire couldn't afford to be too generous with military spending. On top of that, emperors had other major expenses, like funding food for the people of Rome, putting on public entertainment, and building projects. Later emperors like Septimius Severus and his son Caracalla raised army pay, and by the end of the 2nd century, there were more legions and auxiliary troops than before. So, logically, the army should have cost more. But the empire also brought in more money thanks to new provinces like Arabia, Dacia, and Mesopotamia, and economic growth during this time likely helped cover the extra military spending. In the mid-3rd century, the Roman Empire faced more frequent wars on different fronts and began losing control of some provinces, either temporarily or permanently, like Dacia. At the same time, inflation made things worse. These problems forced the government to change how it funded the army. During this crisis, they started collecting taxes in kind, meaning goods like grain instead of money. Later, Emperor Diocletian turned this into a more organized system called the Annona, which focused on collecting food supplies, especially grain. Although this system slowly returned to money-based taxes in the 5th century, the chaos of the 3rd century and the introduction of new coinage in the 4th century, like the gold solidus, make it hard to compare the military budget of late antiquity with that of earlier times. The army in the 4th century was probably larger, possibly around 500,000 to 600,000 soldiers, though historians disagree about the exact numbers. However, this bigger army might have been balanced out by lower pay. In late antiquity, emperors more often gave special money gifts, called donatives, especially when they took power or celebrated important anniversaries. These gifts added to the cost of ruling. On the other hand, bonuses given to soldiers when they retired may have become less important. The special military treasury disappeared in the early 3rd century, maybe because of Diocletian's reforms, or because money bonuses weren't as common anymore. In the 4th century, retired soldiers were more often rewarded with land instead of money. More importantly, many veterans were given tax exemptions or reductions, which helped them without the state having to spend actual money. Just like in earlier periods, we don't have clear records of how much the army cost during late antiquity. Estimates vary a lot. Some say the military used up about 2/3 of the empire's budget, while others say it was more like 1/3 or half. Even though ancient sources often complain about high taxes, these complaints might be exaggerated. Still, it's clear that taxes were higher than during the earlier low-tax system of the Principate. This increase was likely due to the growing military problems the empire had to deal with. Finally, when thinking about the financial benefits of war, Roman victories brought wealth in 2 ways. First, they gained quick profits by seizing valuables. Second, they took land, which could provide long-term income. The rest of this section looks at how these 2 benefits of war stayed the same or changed over time in Roman history. One of the quickest ways Rome made money from war was by taking loot, also known as booty. But another important short-term gain came from indemnities, payments that defeated enemies were forced to make, especially during the middle years of the Roman Republic. 2 of the biggest examples are Carthage, which had to pay 10,000 talents of silver after losing the war against Hannibal, and Antiochus III, who paid 15,000 talents after being defeated in 188 BC. Carthage's payments were stretched over 50 years as a way to keep them under control, but Antiochus had to pay in a much shorter time. By the 3rd century, Rome had already collected at least 4,675 talents from enemies, and thanks to these large payments, the total in the first half of the 2nd century BC reached at least 27,280 talents. This extra money allowed Roman officials, like the censors, to fund massive building projects in the city, something they hadn't been able to do before. Later, indemnities became less common, but there were still exceptions. For example, in the 80s BC, the general Sulla made Mithridates pay 2,000 talents and also forced cities in Asia that had helped Mithridates to pay a total of 20,000 talents. To understand how big these sums were, it helps to compare them to Roman expenses. Keeping one legion active for a year in the 2nd century BC cost about 100 talents, and even the very expensive Martian aqueduct, built in the 140 BC, cost 7,500 talents. While indemnities were mostly a feature of the mid-Republic, booty was always a part of Roman warfare. The amount varied, and we don't always have solid numbers, but some records from victory celebrations tell us about huge amounts of gold and silver taken from enemies, sometimes more than 500 talents. Rome also made money by capturing people and selling them as slaves. For example, after defeating Epirus in 167 BC, the Romans enslaved 150,000 people. Even using low-price estimates, that would bring in at least 1,700 talents. Rome also took valuable items like temple treasures or government reserves, which had just been sitting unused, and brought them back into circulation. Not all this wealth went to the state. Generals gave rewards to their soldiers and kept a small share for themselves, maybe around 5%. Still, a lot of the treasure ended up in the Roman treasury. The money was used to fund more military campaigns, but it also helped grow the Roman economy. Thanks to this extra wealth, there was more trade and production during the later years of the Republic. During the Principate, big amounts of loot from wars became less common because most of Rome's enemies weren't as rich as Carthage or the Hellenistic kingdoms they had fought earlier. Still, there were some major exceptions. For example, after crushing the Jewish revolt in 70 AD, the Romans took enough treasure to help build the Colosseum. Similarly, Emperor Trajan used the wealth from his victory over Dacia to fund the building of his grand forum in Rome. Even though material riches were harder to come by, capturing people was still very common. One source says that 97,000 prisoners were taken during the Jewish War, and many other records show that war remained a major way Rome gained slaves during this period. The same continued in late antiquity. Roman armies were still able to take many captives and seize valuable loot, especially when they managed to capture the Persian king's baggage trains, or when the general Belisarius took the treasure of the Vandals and Goths in 534 and 540. However, these victories were balanced out by Roman citizens themselves being captured and enslaved by invading Persians and barbarian groups who also took plenty of valuables. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Roman rulers began to regularly pay off enemies like the Persians, Goths, Huns, and Avars with large sums of money to keep peace. These payments, often called subsidies or diplomatic gifts, were criticized at the time because they made Rome look weak. But in reality, they were often cheaper than going to war or losing a battle. In a way, they were the opposite of the old indemnities that Rome used to demand from its defeated enemies. When it comes to gaining long-term resources, Rome made major progress during the Middle Republican period. As they conquered Italy, the Roman state took over large areas of land from defeated enemies, and later also from former allies who had turned against Rome during the Hannibalic War. Some of this land was given to Roman citizens or used to set up colonies, which helped regular Romans benefit directly from war. These lands also brought in some tax money, but a lot of the land remained public property, ager publicus, which Rome allowed Italian allies to keep farming if they paid rent or pasture fees. This helped keep the allies loyal to Rome, at least until the end of the 2nd century BC. Rome also began gaining valuable land and resources outside of Italy. This included whole provinces, as well as specific assets like mines. One of the biggest financial wins was when Rome gained control of silver mines in Spain in the early 2nd century BC. These mines were worked on a large scale, and even modern research, like studies of ancient pollution found in Arctic ice, confirms how heavily they were used. By the middle of the 2nd century BC, the Spanish mines were producing around 1,500 talents of silver every year, along with gold and silver from mines in Macedonia. Tax income from the provinces was another major benefit, though it's hard to get exact numbers for how much Rome earned during the Republic. Rome started collecting taxes from Sicily and Sardinia by the late 3rd century, and then from Spain in the early 2nd century. But the real turning point came when Rome took over the wealthy province of Asia in the late 100s BC. This led to more organized and systematic taxation. By the 60s BC, after Pompey's conquests in the east, the empire may have been earning as much as 135 million denarii each year. This wealth even allowed Rome to cancel harbor taxes across Italy. Still, much of this income went to rich elites rather than directly to the state. When Egypt was added to the empire in 30 BC, it became a hugely valuable economic asset because of its incredibly fertile farmland. After that, Rome didn't expand much more. One of the few important later additions was Dacia in the early 2nd century AD, which was rich in gold. During the Principate, the government tried to improve the way mines were managed to increase profits, often by leasing them out to private companies, even though this meant most revenue came through these private operations. In the 3rd century, the Roman Empire lost very little land permanently, only Dacia and a part of Germany near the Black Forest. Because of this, the empire was still able to recover and grow strong again in the 4th century. One key reason the eastern part of the empire lasted much longer was that it held on to Egypt until the early 7th century, and Egypt was one of the most important sources of food and taxes. On the other hand, the Western Empire suffered a major blow when it lost North Africa to the Vandals in the 430s. Even though Western emperors tried several times to win it back, they failed. Without the rich tax income from North Africa, the Western government struggled to afford a strong army, which made it even harder to fix the situation. Later, in the 530s and 550s, Emperor Justinian managed to conquer North Africa and Italy again. In theory, these victories could have greatly helped the empire's finances. But most historians think the economic benefits were limited, because the wars, especially the long and brutal fighting in Italy, caused a lot of damage, and North Africa remained unstable even after it was retaken. Looking at the big picture, war affected the Roman economy in different ways, depending on when and where it happened, how long it lasted, and how rich the enemy was. During the Republic, some wars like the Hannibalic War and the Civil Wars badly hurt the economy in Italy. But other wars, especially successful ones against wealthy enemies like the Hellenistic kingdoms or resource-rich areas like Spain, brought in so much wealth that the overall result was positive. These riches helped grow the Roman economy far beyond their original value. However, during the Principate, such big economic gains from war were less common. In the 5th century, the Western Empire lost control over many provinces, and although Justinian later won some of them back, the damage from long wars reduced the possible benefits. Finally, in the early 7th century, the empire suffered even greater economic losses when Egypt and Syria were taken by the Arabs. These events clearly show that while war could bring wealth, it could also cause great economic harm, especially when the fighting dragged on, or when valuable regions were lost for good. The Romans had clear ideas about what made a great general. One famous Roman speaker, Cicero, summed it up in 4 qualities: knowledge of military matters, courage, authority, and good fortune. He said this while supporting Pompey to lead a war in 66 BC. Even though Cicero was trying to promote Pompey, his list gives us a good starting point for understanding what the Romans admired in their commanders. The first quality, military knowledge, didn't mean formal education, because Rome never had a military school for generals. Instead, generals were expected to learn from experience in the field. Pompey, for example, learned by being involved in many campaigns. Even later on, in the 4th century, Emperor Julian was praised for his hands-on skills, like how he set up camps, led troops in battle, and handled sieges. If a general didn't have much experience, he could still be successful by surrounding himself with experienced advisors, as Cicero himself did when he governed Cilicia. The second important quality was courage. But Cicero meant more than just bravery in battle. He also referred to moral strength, like being honest with soldiers, not selling military positions, and making sure troops didn't harm civilians. Still, personal bravery in battle could inspire soldiers. Famous generals like Sulla and Caesar were known for risking their lives to boost morale. For example, Caesar once grabbed a shield and rushed to the front line during a tough battle, and his presence encouraged the soldiers to fight harder. However, taking such risks was dangerous. If a general was wounded or killed, it could lead to panic and defeat. Some people warned against generals fighting on the front lines unless absolutely necessary. One military manual even said that a general should avoid close combat, because if he died, the army could suffer greatly. Even Emperor Constantine was gently criticized for putting himself in danger, and in another case, a general named Philippicus had to be talked out of standing in the front line by his officers. Still, good generals found ways to show courage without taking unnecessary risks. For example, during the siege of New Carthage, Scipio inspected the front lines while protected by bodyguards, and just being visible to his troops gave them energy to fight harder. Similarly, Caesar once ordered all the officers' horses to be sent away before a battle, so everyone would face equal danger, at least in appearance, though he likely stayed at a safer distance himself. These examples show how Roman generals balanced bravery with strategy and self-preservation. Cicero's third quality for a great general was auctoritas, meaning a strong reputation for leadership. In Pompey's case, this meant his long record of military success by the time he was just 40. While it's harder to define this quality clearly, it wasn't limited to the battlefield. In the Roman Republic, auctoritas could also come from success in politics. To become a general, a person first had to win public office, which required speaking well and standing out in both the Senate and public meetings. Some men, like Lucullus, were praised for being skilled speakers both in political and military settings. Those who gained a strong military reputation, such as Pompey, often had the advantage of long-term commands, which gave them time to gain experience and prove themselves. This was also true for Scipio Africanus during the Long War with Hannibal, Marius during the Germanic threat, and Caesar in Gaul. But long commands were unusual since the Republic preferred shorter terms to give more people a chance at military glory. In the Principate, it became harder to separate auctoritas from the emperor himself, as the very title Augustus was linked to this idea of supreme authority. However, in late antiquity, emperors in the 3rd and 4th centuries often came from military backgrounds and earned their power through success on the battlefield. Even in the 5th and 6th centuries, although emperors rarely led armies in person, they or their top generals often had long military careers. Some generals, like Stilicho, Aetius, and Aspar, became powerful political figures mainly because of their military reputation. The fourth and last quality Cicero mentioned was good fortune. While this might sound vague, Romans believed that luck, or divine favor, played a key role in a general's success. Soldiers were more confident and willing to take risks if they believed their commander had a special connection with the gods. For example, Scipio Africanus told his troops that his plan to attack New Carthage came to him in a dream from the sea god Neptune. Sulla claimed he had a dream in which a goddess gave him a thunderbolt to defeat his enemies. Sertorius said that a goddess spoke to him through his pet white deer, and Lucullus was reassured by the goddess Aphrodite in a dream before a battle. Caesar said a divine figure appeared to him before he crossed the Rubicon. Even Augustus once explained his retreat at Philippi as divine protection shown through a dream. These stories may or may not have been true, but they helped generals gain trust and loyalty from their soldiers by making them believe their leader was favored by the gods. Once Rome became a monarchy, it became risky for anyone outside the emperor's family to claim they had divine support. However, in times of civil war, when people were fighting for power, some challengers used stories of dreams or visions to gain legitimacy and inspire their troops. For example, Vespasian claimed to have had a vision in an Egyptian temple in 69 AD, and Septimius Severus said he had dreams showing his rival being defeated. These weren't just to boost morale. They were also meant to convince others that the gods supported their claim to power. In the early 300s, Constantine combined older Roman traditions with Christianity. Before a key battle against Maxentius outside Rome, he said he had a dream or vision of a sign from the Christian god. He had earlier claimed to see the god Apollo promising him victory. His co-emperor, Licinius, also said that before his battle in 313, he had a dream where an angel gave him a prayer to teach his soldiers. Later, Constantius II claimed that a bishop passed him an angelic message that he would win against a rebel. Theodosius I prayed the night before a tough battle in 394, and then said he had a vision of two saints promising victory. While some historians think these stories were added later by Christian writers, it's likely that these leaders really used such stories to boost confidence during critical battles. A good example from a later period is General Philippicus, who inspired his troops before a battle in 586 by showing them an icon of Christ. This act gave the soldiers courage and a sense of divine protection. For such stories or signs from the gods to work, the troops had to hear about them. Generals probably spread the news directly, either by giving speeches or by letting rumors spread through the ranks. But there are doubts about ancient battle speeches. First, historians often made up or heavily edited these speeches to make them sound dramatic or noble. They didn't write down exact words from real events. There was no one recording them at the time, and many soldiers wouldn't have understood the fancy language used in some of these speeches. Second, it's unlikely that a general could be heard by an entire army, especially in large, noisy camps. Still, speeches could be real in certain moments. For instance, in a 6th century battle between the Romans and Persians, a Roman general named Patricius gave a short but powerful speech when his army was trapped with a river behind them. He told his men that it was better to fight and possibly die with honor than to drown while running away. His words gave them courage, and they attacked fiercely, defeating the Persians and even capturing their leaders. This story shows that even if long, dramatic speeches may be fictional, simple, direct words from a general could still make a huge difference in real battles. What makes Patricius's speech especially interesting is that it appears in a text written in Syriac, not in Latin or Greek like most Roman sources. This means it comes from outside the usual Roman cultural traditions and might reflect what a general actually said more accurately, without the influence of classical writing styles. Of course, Patricius probably spoke in Greek or Latin, not Syriac, but the way the speech is recorded is different. It's short, focused on courage and honor, and makes practical sense. He encouraged his soldiers to fight bravely rather than die trying to flee across a dangerous river. The simplicity and directness of this speech are likely due to the urgent situation, and it stands out because it might be closer to a real battlefield speech than the long, dramatic versions found in traditional histories. Another issue is how generals could make themselves heard by large armies. Scholars have discussed different ways this could work. Speeches didn't have to be given right before the battle. They could be made earlier in the day, or even the day before. This would allow officers to repeat the general's message to smaller groups of soldiers. Even if the speech was given just before fighting, a general might ride along the front lines on horseback, repeating short phrases. Gestures could also help deliver the message, since body language was an important part of speaking in ancient times. One useful source that explains this clearly is the Strategicon, a military manual written in the late 6th century and likely backed by the imperial government. This handbook gives detailed advice to generals, dividing instructions into what should be done the day before a battle and on the day itself. It includes a section on giving speeches to encourage troops, saying clearly that this should happen during a break and not all at once to the entire army. Instead, the general should speak to groups of 1,000 to 2,000 men at a time. The speeches should remind soldiers of their past victories and promise rewards from the emperor, as well as thank them for their loyal service. This shows that real battlefield speeches were planned, practical, and designed to motivate through familiar and personal messages, not grand performances for the whole army. Just as important as what a general said was the fact that he was seen by his troops. His physical presence made a strong impression. This idea developed into the image of the general as a commilito, or fellow soldier. Even if he didn't actually fight alongside the soldiers, a general could still connect with them by sharing meals, joining in training, and taking part in hard work. Two early examples of this were Cato the Elder and Marius, both of whom came from less elite backgrounds and made a point of acting like one of the soldiers. As the loyalty of the army became more important during the late Republic, this kind of behavior became more common and expected. After the civil wars, Augustus tried to distance himself from this approach. He made a point of not calling the soldiers commilitones in public speeches to show that he stood above the army and ruled independently. But over time, especially after the Civil War of 68 to 69 AD, emperors began to use such language and gestures again. During the Severan period in the late 2nd and early 3rd centuries, this became more important. And when Maximinus, a man from a humble background and a career soldier, took power in 235, his image as a true commilito helped him gain support. In the later 3rd and 4th centuries, many emperors came from military backgrounds and led armies in person, so calling themselves fellow soldiers felt natural. It became common in speeches and official statements. Even after emperors stopped leading armies in person after 395, this kind of language didn't fade. It actually increased. Emperors and their advisors realized they needed to maintain a strong connection with the army, even from the palace. Of course, using this language wasn't just about boosting morale. It was also a political strategy to keep the loyalty of the troops. This approach wasn't only used by emperors. Generals in the late Roman world also used it in real military situations. For example, Theodosius the Elder spoke as a commilito during his North African campaign in 375, and Belisarius did the same during his wars in the 530s. These examples show that smart commanders continued to see real value in acting and speaking as one of the troops. In any army, obedience is essential, especially in battle, where soldiers face the risk of death or serious injury. Because this is such a high-stakes situation, armies work hard to make discipline and loyalty a normal part of military life. In modern times, this is often done through repeated drills and uniforms that reduce individuality. In ancient Rome, however, uniforms and drill weren't the main tools for creating discipline. Instead, other practices played a bigger role. One of the most important Roman traditions was the military oath. Every soldier had to swear an oath of loyalty when starting service. During the Republic, this happened each year, since soldiers were selected annually. But during the civil wars of the 1st century BC, when loyalties were often uncertain, generals began asking troops to swear personal oaths to them. Out of this practice came Augustus' idea of having soldiers, and even civilians, swear loyalty directly to him. Under the emperors, the oath was changed to include a promise of loyalty to the ruler and was renewed every year on January 3rd. Although we don't have the exact wording from early periods, a version from the late 4th or early 5th century shows what it likely included: a promise to obey the emperor, never desert the army, and even die for Rome if needed. By that time, the oath also had a Christian element, showing how religion and politics had become connected. Even though not every soldier kept this oath, it still held real importance. The oath was called a sacramentum, which means it had religious weight. Ancient sources say that Romans respected the military oath more than any other, and there's evidence that soldiers even honored the spirit or protective force, the genius of the oath. Alongside the oath, other strategies helped maintain obedience. Rewards for bravery encouraged soldiers to act with courage, and the promise of sharing in war booty was a strong motivator. Most importantly, the hope of receiving land or money after completing their service likely kept many soldiers committed to fulfilling their duties. These combined tools, oath, rewards, and future benefits, helped build a strong culture of loyalty and discipline within the Roman army. Punishments were an important way of enforcing discipline in the Roman army, and some of them were very harsh. The historian Polybius, writing about the army in the 2nd century BC, describes brutal penalties like decimation, where 1 out of every 10 soldiers in a unit was executed, as well as beatings and public humiliation for various offenses, even minor ones. Other ancient sources also mention death penalties for soldiers who disobeyed orders, even in cases where their actions were brave or helpful to Rome. These stories may be exaggerated for dramatic effect, but even if such punishments were real in the early Republic, it seems they were not used as harshly in later periods. For example, after the death of Emperor Augustus in AD 14, several army mutinies broke out. One of the reasons was the soldiers' anger over harsh punishments, especially beatings, which shows that excessive discipline could actually create more problems for the state. Instead of constant threats, discipline was more often maintained by keeping troops busy with useful tasks, like building camps or working on military projects. Still, even with all these systems in place, there were times when soldiers didn't follow the rules. On an individual level, this might mean desertion, either not coming back from leave or sneaking away from camp. Roman law experts clearly saw desertion as a serious issue, and the military tried to control who was allowed to leave and when. But losing a few soldiers here and there was less serious than something bigger, when whole units refused to obey orders. It's important to separate mutiny from full-scale civil war or rebellion. The difference usually came down to who started it. Mutiny was typically sparked by unhappy soldiers rebelling against their officers, while civil wars were usually led by ambitious generals trying to take political power and convincing their soldiers to follow them. Mutiny was just one point on a larger scale of dissatisfaction. Before a full mutiny, soldiers might first complain about problems, such as poor leadership, bad conditions, or unfair treatment. They could do this through their centurions or officers, or even directly to their commander during camp meetings. This gave commanders a chance to fix the situation or explain their decisions. Often, this helped calm things down. But if commanders ignored the complaints or didn't make any changes, frustration could grow until it turned into open rebellion. Modern historians don't fully agree on how many mutinies happened during the Roman Republic. Some say around 40, others say 60. These differences come from how each person defines a mutiny and how reliable they believe early sources are. Still, most agree that mutiny was more common than the popular image of a perfectly disciplined Roman army suggests, especially during the 1st century BC. One of the best documented early examples is a mutiny in 206 BC during the Hannibalic War, when some of Scipio Africanus's troops rebelled at Sucro in Spain. While Scipio's illness may have contributed, the real causes were delays in pay, unfair distribution of loot, long service times, and shortages of supplies. These same issues show up again and again in later mutinies. For example, in 68 BC, Lucullus faced a mutiny in Asia caused by problems with loot, supplies, service length, and tough winter conditions. Caesar also experienced several mutinies. In 58 BC, his soldiers in Gaul were afraid of a strange enemy and lacked food. In 49 BC, his troops at Placentia were upset over late pay, low supplies, and a ban on looting. In 47 BC, the same issues came up again, along with complaints about long service. So, across the Republic, bad service conditions were the main reason soldiers revolted. Commanders sometimes punished those who led the rebellions. Scipio did this at Sucro, and Caesar at Placentia. But more often, they made concessions to calm their troops, even if later writers tried to make it look like the general stayed fully in control. During the Principate, there were far fewer mutinies. This likely has to do with the changes Augustus introduced. He created a permanent standing army that received regular pay and retirement bonuses. These reforms took time to fully work, and they didn't prevent the major mutinies that broke out in AD 14, right after Augustus died. Soldiers in Pannonia and along the Rhine complained about long service, low pay, and harsh discipline. At that time, the new system still had problems. Some soldiers were being kept longer than allowed, probably because the state didn't yet have the funds to pay their retirement bonuses. Even so, the fact that such large-scale mutinies didn't happen again and again during the Principate suggests that the new system gradually began to work. Although pay wasn't generous, the regular structure and long-term benefits gave soldiers more reasons to stay loyal and less reason to revolt compared to earlier times. Mutinies are often seen as a common part of the chaos in the Roman Empire during the mid-3rd century, but it's actually hard to find clear examples of mutiny that aren't better described as civil wars or uprisings tied to power struggles. In many cases, soldiers did kill their commanders or emperors, but this usually happened when they decided to support another person claiming the throne. One case that looks more like earlier Republican-style mutinies happened in 238 AD, when the troops of Emperor Maximinus rebelled during the siege of Aquileia, likely due to food shortages. Another possible example was in 282, when the Emperor Probus was reportedly killed by his soldiers after forcing them to do hard labor, like draining marshes. Still, there are very few clear mutinies in late antiquity until the 6th century. In 536, during the early years of Emperor Justinian's rule, a serious mutiny broke out in North Africa. These were troops who had helped take the region back from the Vandals and were now stationed there. One cause was a delay in paying the soldiers. But there were also new factors not seen in earlier mutinies. The imperial government decided to give land back to families who had lost it during the Vandal conquest, which upset many soldiers who had married Vandal women and now stood to lose that land. On top of that, religious changes caused tension. The Roman state banned Arian Christian services, which affected not just former Vandals, but also some of the Roman soldiers who followed the same faith. The mutiny lasted for nearly 10 years and had to be put down with both force and concessions. Other mutinies in North Africa and Italy around this time also show that delayed pay remained a common and serious problem, mostly because the empire had so many military obligations in different parts of the world. In the eastern regions, there were also mutinies that looked very much like those of the Republic. In 579, a large group of soldiers on the frontier refused to fight until they were fully paid. The Emperor Tiberius II sent a high-ranking official with gold, and the troops returned to duty. Then in 588, new rules about longer service and getting part of their pay in goods instead of money triggered another mutiny in the same area. This one lasted a year and ended only when a bishop helped settle things. The soldiers were pardoned, and the unpopular changes were dropped. The most serious mutiny of all came in 602, when the Danube army rose up and overthrew Emperor Maurus. This wasn't a sudden event. During the 5900s, the same army had already shown signs of rebellion because of poor conditions, but the situation had been managed with compromises and negotiation. Eventually, though, the soldiers' frustration boiled over, leading to a major crisis for the empire. The Mutiny of 602 began when Emperor Maurice once again ordered Roman troops to stay north of the Danube during winter to deal with the threat of Slavic raiders. While there were good military reasons for this, such as the advantage of fighting when the forests were bare and rivers frozen, it meant the soldiers had to operate in very harsh, cold, and uncomfortable conditions. Naturally, the troops were unhappy. much like Lucullus's soldiers had been in similar circumstances back in 68 BC. On top of that, they were also upset about pay, supplies, and lack of loot, problems that had caused many mutinies during the Republic. The soldiers expressed their concerns through representatives to their commander, Peter. But unlike earlier commanders who had managed to calm such tensions, Peter refused to offer any compromise. At the same time, he also failed to punish the leaders of the rebellion, which made things worse. The soldiers eventually took matters into their own hands, marched on Constantinople, and overthrew Maurice, an act that caused serious damage to the empire. Looking at the bigger picture, mutinies in the Roman army happened more often during certain periods. They were especially common in the late Republic and again in the 6th and early 7th centuries. The most common reason was dissatisfaction with conditions of service, delayed pay, long service, or harsh environments. When Augustus created a standing army with regular pay and retirement rewards, these problems became less common, especially after the early mutinies in AD 14 were dealt with. But in the 6th century, the empire faced wars on many fronts, which stretched its finances thin. This caused payment delays and made soldiers more likely to mutiny again. The final straw in 602, being forced to camp north of the Danube in winter, triggered a major rebellion with long-lasting consequences. Interestingly, throughout both the Republic and late antiquity, Roman leaders usually gave in to soldiers' demands during mutinies. The 602 mutiny shows what could happen when those in charge refused to listen. This refusal was especially dangerous because the angry soldiers were stationed close to Constantinople, the heart of imperial power. In contrast, other mutinies, like those in North Africa in 536 or along the Rhine, and in Pannonia in AD 14, were farther from the capital and posed less immediate threat to the emperor. Civil war was a major part of Roman history, not just because of how often it happened, but because of how much time, effort, and resources it consumed. Although civil wars were less frequent than wars against foreign enemies, they had a huge impact. In the Republic, most civil wars occurred in the last 50 years, starting with Sulla's conflict with Marius in the 80s BC and ending with Octavian's war against Antony in the 30s. Under the emperors, major civil wars happened in 68 to 69 and again in 193 to 197. There was a long break after the Republic, likely because people wanted to avoid the horrors of civil war. The mid-3rd century saw another wave, followed by smaller outbreaks in the 4th century and a few more in the early 5th century. After that, there was relatively little civil war, especially during the 6th century, except for a few challenges like that of Vitalian against Emperor Anastasius. Civil wars were especially damaging because they often caused very high casualties. While ancient sources might have exaggerated some numbers, battles like Philippi and Cremona clearly resulted in tens of thousands of deaths. In 351, at the Battle of Mursa, both sides reportedly lost more than half their armies, troops that could have been used for defending the empire instead of fighting each other. But the real tragedy of civil war wasn't just the numbers. It was that Romans were fighting against other Romans. This reversed everything their military values were built on. Roman soldiers were used to believing the gods were on their side in battle. But in a civil war, both sides claimed to be loyal Romans and to have divine support. That must have been very unsettling, especially for soldiers who were facing people who spoke the same language, used the same weapons, and followed the same traditions. There's even a sad story from the first Republican civil wars, where a soldier unknowingly killed his own brother in battle and, overwhelmed with grief, took his own life. This became a symbol of how civil war could tear apart families and destroy natural bonds. Julius Caesar also expressed regret about harming fellow citizens. At one point, he chose to starve an enemy army into surrender rather than kill them in battle. And the historian Cassius Dio described the soldiers at the Battle of Pharsalus as hesitant to fight because they knew they were facing people just like themselves. Given all this emotional and moral weight, why did Roman soldiers still take part in civil wars again and again throughout history? That's a question that remains important and complex. But it's clear that even when civil war felt unnatural, political ambition, survival, loyalty to commanders, and the hope of reward were often strong enough to override personal hesitation. Since civil war was something new and shocking in the Roman world at the time, it's not surprising that leaders in the late Republic felt the need to justify it to their soldiers. In 88 BC, Sulla told his troops that he didn't want to use force, but had no choice because his enemies, Marius and Sulpicius, were threatening him, even though he was the legally elected consul. He claimed that they were breaking the rules of the Republic, and more importantly, he said he wanted to free the state from tyranny. This idea of fighting to protect the Republic and restore freedom became a common excuse in Roman civil wars from then on. Similarly, in 49 BC, Caesar justified his march into Italy by saying that he wanted to give power back to the Roman people and stop a small group of elites from taking over. Sulla also tried to strengthen his case by saying he had a dream, something Caesar also claimed later at the Rubicon. And he spread rumors that Marius, if given command of the Eastern campaign against Mithridates, would take all the glory and loot for his own men, leaving Sulla's soldiers with nothing. These tactics didn't convince Sulla's officers, who saw marching on Rome as an attack on their own country. But they did convince the ordinary soldiers, who followed Sulla enthusiastically. This shows how serious and unusual it was at that time to raise arms against fellow Romans. Interestingly, by the time Caesar made a similar move in 49 BC, most of his officers supported him, suggesting that views on civil war had changed significantly over those decades. Later civil wars, especially after Caesar's death, still relied on these types of justifications. Generals knew how fragile army loyalty could be and feared desertion. So during the wars of 44 to 43 BC, Octavian and his allies said they were defending the Republic's libertas from oppression, an idea Octavian would later repeat in his official autobiography, the Res Gestae. In his later conflict with Antony, Octavian also claimed that Antony wanted to move the empire's capital from Rome to Alexandria, which made him look like a traitor to Rome. Alongside these political arguments, the generals also made promises of money to keep their soldiers loyal. For Caesar's veterans, another key reason to stay involved was to protect the land grants they had received from him and make sure those promises were not taken away. In the Civil War of 68 to 69 AD, soldiers were still motivated by the promise of loot. But another big factor was how the enemy was portrayed. For example, Emperor Otho described Vitellius's army as made up of foreigners, Germans and tribes from Gaul and the Rhine. His own soldiers mocked the enemy, calling them outsiders and acting like Italy was being invaded by strangers. This image of the foreign enemy may have been exaggerated by the historian Tacitus, but it also made sense at the time. During the Republic, Roman legions were mostly made up of Italians. But by the 1st century AD, more and more soldiers were coming from far-off provinces of the empire. These men had very different languages, cultures, and traditions. Since legions often recruited from their local areas, it became easier for soldiers from one region to see others as different, even foreign. A famous example is during the Battle of Cremona, when the 3rd Legion cheered the sunrise, probably because they had served in Syria and picked up sun worship customs. These soldiers were legally Roman citizens, but many had never even seen the city of Rome. The idea of what it meant to be Roman had become much more complicated. Another big change was the rise of the auxilia, non-citizen troops who played a bigger role in the army under Augustus and later. Their presence in the armies of 68 to 69 AD made the enemy look even more foreign, which may explain why soldiers felt less guilt about fighting in a civil war than they had during the Republic. In the Republican period, there was more hesitation. For instance, in 87 BC, there was a famous story about a soldier who unknowingly killed his brother in battle and then took his own life in grief. But in 69 AD, Tacitus tells of a soldier who killed his brother and demanded a reward, showing a much colder attitude. In another case, a son killed his father without knowing it. While he was upset, the other soldiers kept fighting and looting, even against their own kin. They knew it was wrong, but did it anyway. Even so, some generals still tried to use old Republican ideas to justify their actions. When Septimius Severus wanted his troops to help him take power, he told them that Pertinax had been wrongly killed by the Praetorian Guard and that justice had to be served. He also said that the soldiers from Syria who supported his rival, Pescennius Niger, were spoiled by luxury and not real warriors, or even real Romans. On his victory arch in Rome, Severus even used a line that sounded like something from the late Republic, claiming he had restored the Republic. This shows how powerful these old ideas still were, even in a changing empire. The civil wars during the Principate often happened when the last emperor of a dynasty, like Nero or Commodus, lost the support of the powerful senators and didn't leave behind a clear heir. In both cases, the winners ruled long enough to pass power on to their sons and bring some stability. But after the death of Severus Alexander in 235 AD, things didn't settle down quickly. This time, the empire faced major threats from outside, like the rise of the Sasanian Empire in the east and stronger Germanic tribes in the north. These constant military threats caused repeated crises along the borders. In turn, that gave military generals more chances to take power for themselves, leading to political chaos. Sadly, we don't have detailed historical records from the mid-3rd century, so it's hard to know how these generals convinced their troops to fight fellow Romans. More information only becomes available again in the 4th century. One tactic that reappears in this period is branding the other side as foreigners. A good example is from the 350s AD, when the Emperor Constantius II tried to label his rival Magnentius as a barbarian, even though he was really just a regular Roman provincial. The same idea appeared with the rebel Electus, who was said to dress and act like a barbarian. Later, in the early 500s, sources claimed that another rebel, Vitalian, also had barbarian roots, likely part of government propaganda. In the 400s in the Western Empire, many rebels looked for support from barbarian groups already living within the empire. This made it easier for their enemies to call them outsiders. One example of this tactic is the war of Emperor Anastasius against the Isaurians near the end of the 5th century. The Isaurians were seen as mountain bandits and were disliked because their ruler Zeno had been unpopular. Anastasius's victory over them was celebrated because it ended the need to send large payments to their region. There was also another version of the same idea, labeling the enemy not as ethnic outsiders, but as religious outsiders. For example, in 394 AD, Arbogast and his army were described as pagans, fighting against the Christian emperor Theodosius. All these examples show that leaders often tried to make their enemies look like the other to win support in civil wars. In the civil wars of the 4th century, it was very important for each side to claim that they were the rightful rulers, and that their opponents were not. A lot of what we know comes from sources written after the events, but these likely reflect the messages used during the wars to convince soldiers and the public. One common tactic was to call the rival a tyrannus, a term that by then strongly suggested someone who had no legal right to rule. We see this in how Constantine's supporters described Maxentius and Licinius, how Constantius II spoke about Magnentius, and how Theodosius spoke about Magnus Maximus. Another effective strategy was claiming a connection to respected past emperors. Constantine, for example, reminded people he was the son of Constantius I and even claimed descent from Claudius Gothicus. The rebel Procopius also used this tactic by bringing out members of the Constantinian family to prove he was related to them. One important question in civil wars was what happened to the soldiers on the losing side if they survived. Sometimes they were killed, like the Pompeian troops at Thapsus in 46 BC, but that was rare. More often, losing soldiers were either dismissed or reassigned to other duties. For example, many of Caesar's defeated enemies were sent to protect the eastern provinces, and after the Battle of Philippi, 14,000 of Brutus's men joined Antony and Octavian's armies. Soldiers who fought for Vitellius in 69 AD were moved to the Balkans to help defend against invasions, and they continued to serve under Vespasian. A similar pattern appeared in the civil wars of the 4th century, where defeated troops were usually added to the winner's army. In general, Roman leaders were practical. Except for rare cases like Octavian's mass demobilization after Actium to reduce the size and cost of the army, the empire still needed experienced soldiers. So instead of punishing them, leaders often made the troops swear loyalty again and then sent them to serve in a different region. This shows that keeping the empire secure was usually more important than seeking revenge. Even though the Roman Empire was built through military power, some Roman writers expressed strong negative opinions about soldiers. For example, the poet Juvenal sharply criticized soldiers and the special rights they had under the law. Other writers, like Tacitus and several authors from the later Roman period, also complained about how soldiers behaved rudely or unfairly toward ordinary people. These views suggest that soldiers were often seen as different from the rest of society. In the early Republic, this wasn't really an issue because most soldiers were part-time. They farmed their land and only went to war during the campaign season each year. But over time, especially during the civil wars of the 1st century BC, soldiers started serving for longer periods without returning home. The biggest change came with Emperor Augustus. He created a full-time professional army, which made being a soldier a long-term job, not just something men did for a short while. Although all Roman citizens still had the duty to serve if needed, in reality, only a small group of people became career soldiers. These men spent many years, even decades, in the army. For them, being a soldier was a central part of who they were. This change led to a new word, pagani, meaning civilians who were not in the army. We also see this shift in the appearance of military tombstones starting in Augustus's time. These memorials were often placed in or near army camps, showing that they were mainly meant to be seen by other soldiers, not by the general public. When Augustus created the new system of full-time military service, it made soldiers feel more separate from the rest of Roman society. He reinforced this separation in several ways. For example, soldiers were given their own seating areas at public shows in Rome and Italy. But a more important change was that Augustus moved the legions out of Italy and placed them in permanent camps along the empire's borders. This physical distance between soldiers and civilians made the separation more real. Augustus also gave soldiers special rights that made them stand out as a group. One major change was that soldiers no longer had to obey their fathers when it came to spending their military pay or property they earned while serving. This was a big deal because Roman law usually gave the father strong control over his son's property. Later, emperors gave even more legal freedoms to soldiers, especially when it came to writing wills. Soldiers didn't have to follow the strict rules that other citizens did, which made it easier for them to decide who would get their belongings when they died. Another advantage was in the legal system. If a soldier had a dispute with a civilian, he could have the case heard by a military officer in the army camp instead of a regular court. This often gave soldiers an edge, and some writers, like Juvenal, made fun of this in their works. However, not all differences were in the soldiers' favor. Augustus also made it illegal for soldiers to marry while they were in service. This law didn't stop soldiers from living with partners or having children, but those relationships weren't legally recognized. That meant it was difficult for soldiers to leave their property to their partners or children. In 119, the Emperor Hadrian made a helpful change. He allowed children of soldiers to inherit some of their father's property, even though they still couldn't be named as the main heirs. The rule that banned Roman soldiers from getting married stayed in place until at least the late 2nd century. Many believe that Emperor Septimius Severus removed the ban around the year 197 to win the support of the army after a civil war. However, the historical evidence isn't completely clear, and a recently found inscription suggests that the marriage ban might have still existed in the early 3rd century. The first clear proof of a legally married soldier doesn't appear until 294, so the exact date when the ban ended is unknown. Still, this restriction lasted for more than 200 years and played an important role in making soldiers feel like a separate group in society. Besides this rule, there were also other parts of army life that made soldiers feel different from civilians and helped them see themselves as part of a close-knit military community. One ancient author even described the army camp as a soldier's second homeland, and his tent as his home and hearth. This feeling of belonging began when a new soldier joined the army and swore an oath of loyalty. This oath, called a sacramentum, was repeated every year and reminded soldiers of their duty and identity. It also had religious meaning, as some veterans made offerings to the spirit. A soldier's identity in the army was also shaped by the groups he served in. He started with his tent mates, the small group of soldiers he lived, ate, and fought with. Then he belonged to a larger unit like a century for infantry or a turma for cavalry, and then to a cohort, legion, or cavalry wing. Soldiers often made dedications to the spirits of these groups, showing how important they were to their sense of identity. All these layers gave soldiers many ways to see themselves as part of something larger, not just individuals, but members of a strong, united military brotherhood. In the Roman army, military units built a strong group identity, and one key way this was done was through the use of standards, special flags or symbols that represented each group. These standards were very important, and the soldiers who carried them held high status. Besides the famous eagle of the legions, there were also unique standards for smaller units like cohorts and centuries. These standards weren't just symbols, they were treated with deep respect, almost like religious objects. For example, the anniversary of a legion was celebrated as the birthday of the eagle, and when not in use, the standards were stored in a special shrine at the center of the military camp, along with the soldiers' savings. Losing a standard in battle was seen as a huge disgrace, and soldiers would fight hard to protect them. That's why it was such a big deal when Augustus recovered Roman standards from the Parthians in 20 BC. Most of this information comes from the time of the Principate. But even as the Roman military changed during the 3rd century and Christianity spread through the empire, some traditions stayed the same. For instance, soldiers still had to take a military oath when joining the army, and now the oath included a mention of the Christian Trinity. Standards also remained important. They still appeared in stories, military texts, and inscriptions. Losing them was still shameful, and getting them back was still worth celebrating. Emperor Constantine made this connection to religion even stronger by introducing the labarum, a new kind of standard decorated with Christian symbols. Later, in the 6th century, military manuals even instructed commanders to bless the standards before going into battle. So even though the Roman army changed a lot over time, the shared symbols and rituals that helped build soldier identity remained powerful. Not all the things that made Roman soldiers feel like part of a group came from official rules or army organization. Some were more personal and community-based. One example is the small clubs that existed within the army, called collegia or scholae. These weren't for regular soldiers, but for those with special jobs or higher ranks. Most of what we know about these clubs comes from inscriptions, so we don't know everything about how they worked. But it seems they acted partly as social groups, partly as savings or support clubs for things like retirement or funerals. They sometimes had their own meeting places, and each club had a special guardian spirit or genius that the members would honor. The clubs also showed their loyalty to the emperor, which probably helped them gain official approval. But for the members themselves, the most important part was probably the friendship and unity they felt with others doing the same job. They even called each other brothers, as if they were a family. Religious activities also helped build this sense of community. For example, there's a record from the year 227 where 21 soldiers from the Praetorian Guard, who all came from the same city in Thrace, made a religious dedication together in Rome to a local Thracian god. Even when soldiers no longer lived in or had much contact with the place they originally came from, they sometimes kept up religious traditions from that place. This helped them stay connected as a group. There were also other shared religious practices that didn't come from the army or from specific places, but still gave soldiers a sense of belonging. All of these things, clubs, local religion, shared rituals, helped soldiers see themselves as part of a separate world from civilians. In the end, the identity of a Roman soldier wasn't just one thing. It was made up of many layers: official duty, friendships, shared beliefs, and even how they related to civilians. Understanding a soldier's life means seeing all these different parts working together. During the Principate period, it's easy to think that Roman soldiers lived totally separate lives from civilians. Soldiers had special legal rights, used their own slang, and followed unique customs. Because of this, some historians have described the Roman army as a closed society, or even a total institution. This idea comes from sociology and describes a place where many people live and work together, cut off from normal society under strict rules, like a prison or a military camp. Some scholars used this model to describe Roman soldiers in regions like Numidia, arguing that troops there were brought in from other areas, mostly stayed within the army community, and even formed relationships only within that group. This made it seem like the army was not part of the local population at all, but was instead a tool of the central government used to control provinces by force. Evidence from places like the fortress at Dura Europos in the east seemed to support this idea. However, other studies tell a different story. For example, research from Roman Egypt, especially from a group of military records known as the Abyneus Archive, shows that soldiers often came from the local population and had regular contact with civilians. This evidence suggests that in Egypt, at least, the army was better integrated with society. A similar pattern is seen in the cemeteries of Roman Mainz, where civilians and soldiers were buried together more and more often over time. Some historians also challenged the idea of the army as a totally separate institution, by pointing out that many military religious ceremonies included civilians. So, while the Roman army did have some characteristics of a closed community, in many places it was actually connected to the wider society. In the next section, the role of religion in these relationships will be explored further, but here the focus is on other aspects of daily life in the Roman military. Roman military camps were never made up of just soldiers. Even in the Middle Republican period, soldiers were often accompanied by non-combatants such as servants, helpers, or slaves. These people were sometimes called camp followers or soldiers' servants, and while they usually didn't fight, in emergencies they might have had to. Slaves were common among Roman soldiers because they were often taken as part of the spoils of war. These slaves had many duties, like collecting firewood, cooking, taking care of animals, or even offering sexual services. Some of them helped with horses and pack animals, which were essential for moving supplies and running the camp. Because of their important roles, historians have wondered whether some of them might have been hired or owned by the state, rather than individual soldiers. Either way, these people were closely tied to military life and aren't always considered part of general soldier-civilian relations. There were also other non-combatants around the camps who had more temporary or less connected roles, like entertainers, dancers, singers, and prostitutes. These people would come and go, but still had frequent contact with soldiers. A famous example comes from the siege of Numantia in Spain in the 130 BC, where there were reportedly 2,000 prostitutes across the Roman camps. In Roman Egypt, we find even more detailed records from the 2nd century. In letters found near the Red Sea, it seems that prostitution was privately arranged, not managed by the army, and women would be contracted to groups of soldiers for a month at a time. Merchants were another important group found in and around military camps. As soldiers began earning regular pay and living more settled lives, they became ideal customers for traders. Soldiers also sold off goods they had collected during campaigns, including slaves, creating a natural relationship between soldiers and merchants. Although this economic interaction isn't always well recorded, it clearly existed. While these examples of entertainers, prostitutes, and merchants show how civilians interacted with soldiers, these relationships were often short-term. For more long-lasting and meaningful connections between the army and local communities, we have to look at things like recruitment from local populations, marriages, and shared religious practices. When it comes to recruitment, one important detail is that in North Africa, most soldiers didn't come from the nearby areas where they were stationed. Instead, they were often recruited from cities on the coast, far from the army camps. This made soldiers feel more separate from the local communities. This is different from what we usually expect during the Roman Empire, where more and more soldiers were thought to come from the local areas near their bases. Still, the word local can mean different things, so it's not always easy to define. In other parts of the empire, especially places like Pannonia, recruitment did become more local. In the eastern provinces like Syria and Arabia, evidence shows that over time, both regular legions and auxiliary units started recruiting more from nearby populations. Even if these recruits weren't from the exact towns near the camps, many of them spoke Greek, which helped communication between soldiers and civilians. Later on, in late antiquity, things became more complicated. Some army units moved around a lot, especially in the 3rd and 4th centuries, so they didn't always serve near where they came from. For example, a soldier named Aurelius Gaius served all over the empire during the reign of Diocletian. In other cases, it was a strategic decision to move soldiers far from home. For instance, troops from Isauria, a region in Anatolia, were sent to Egypt because their home region had a reputation for rebellion. But not all soldiers liked being moved. In 360, when the Emperor Constantius II ordered Julian to send troops from Gaul to the east, many of those troops refused. They didn't want to leave their homeland, partly because some of them had been promised they wouldn't be sent far away. These included both local men and barbarian recruits who had settled in Gaul. Similarly, in Egypt, many soldiers were recruited locally. Even if a unit originally came from somewhere else, over time it would usually be filled with local men within a few generations. During the early Roman Empire, soldiers were not allowed to have legal marriages. Still, many of them lived with women in relationships that were like marriage. For a long time, people believed that these unofficial wives usually lived in civilian areas next to military camps and were mostly local women from nearby communities. But recent studies have challenged these assumptions. Archaeological work inside military camps has uncovered items that likely belonged to women and children, such as hairpins, small shoes, and jewelry, as well as children's skeletons. This shows that women and children actually lived inside the camps, not just outside them. Also, new research on inscriptions, especially from documents called auxiliary diplomas, shows that many of the women soldiers lived with were not local. In fact, about half of them seem to have come from the soldiers' home regions. Some women were even daughters or sisters of other soldiers, showing that relationships often formed within the military community itself. Only about 1/3 of these relationships were actually with local women, which is less than previously thought. In North Africa especially, it looks like most soldiers had relationships with women from within the army community, not with locals. So we now know that marriage patterns were more complex and varied by region. In some areas, soldiers did build stronger local connections, while in others, like North Africa, they stayed more separate from the civilian population. Later, in late antiquity, the rules changed and soldiers were allowed to marry legally. But by that time, fewer inscriptions were being made, so we have less evidence. We know that soldiers still often married the daughters of other soldiers, but there is also clear evidence that they married local women too. For example, after the Roman Empire took back North Africa in 533, many soldiers married women from the defeated Vandal population. However, because of limited records, it's hard to know how common each type of marriage really was. The main point is that marriage and relationships in the Roman army were diverse and often depended on the region. Roman soldiers didn't just fight battles, they also had many interactions with regular civilians as part of their daily duties. Sometimes these interactions were negative. Throughout Roman history, there are many examples of soldiers using their power to take advantage of civilians. One common abuse was taking people's animals, carts, food, and even homes, especially while traveling. Although the army was sometimes officially allowed to use local resources, soldiers often went beyond what they were permitted. In places like Thrace, Anatolia, and Egypt, we have clear evidence that soldiers sometimes forced civilians to give them things they weren't supposed to. Even emperors tried to stop this behavior with laws, but it was hard to control. This problem had existed since the late Republic, but it became worse after Augustus created a permanent army. That army needed regular supplies and transport, which gave soldiers even more chances to exploit local communities. In late antiquity, soldiers were often paid with goods instead of money, and many units were based in towns and cities, so the pressure on civilians grew. One letter from Egypt even describes soldiers being forced into people's homes without warning and treating the homeowners badly. In the 6th century, things got really bad in Edessa, where soldiers kicked people out of their houses, stole food and clothing, and even committed acts of violence, including rape. The locals said that the soldiers acted more like enemies than protectors. However, it's important to remember that most of the serious complaints were about soldiers who were just passing through, not those who lived in the community long term. And there are also examples of soldiers helping civilians. In Roman Egypt, people often sent letters to local army officers asking for help with problems like theft or family disputes. The fact that so many of these letters have survived shows that civilians trusted soldiers enough to turn to them for help. In other parts of the empire, like Anatolia, some soldiers were even honored by local communities. One village asked for a soldier to be sent to help solve a dispute, and in Aphrodisias, 2 soldiers were given statues by the city to thank them for acting with kindness and fairness. So while soldiers could sometimes abuse their power, they also played positive roles in civilian life, depending on the situation. In 4th century Egypt, we can see that military officers still played an important role in local communities. One of the best examples is Abenaeus, a cavalry commander stationed at the fort of Dionysius in the 340s. While some people did complain to him about bad behavior by the soldiers under his command, others asked for his help in dealing with criminals who were not part of the army. This shows that civilians still saw army officers as people who could offer protection and help, just like in earlier centuries. Elsewhere, there are signs that not all interactions between civilians and soldiers were negative. For instance, in Italy in the late 4th century, a man who had once hosted a soldier later arranged and paid for that soldier's grave, even calling himself the soldier's heir. This suggests that hosting soldiers didn't always lead to problems. Sometimes it created lasting bonds. In 6th century Egypt and Palestine, we also find evidence of soldiers taking part in everyday legal transactions with civilians, showing that they were involved in local life. Even in Edessa, where some soldiers were known to behave terribly in 505 to 506, sources also mention that others lived peacefully. A few years earlier, when an epidemic struck the city, Roman soldiers helped care for the sick and even paid the costs of treatment. All of this tells us that military-civilian relations across the empire were not simple. In some places, soldiers and civilians lived very separate lives and didn't trust each other. But in other places, they worked together and built positive relationships. So we shouldn't make general statements about Roman soldiers always being distant or hostile to civilians. The reality was much more complex. During the Roman Republic, religious rituals related to war were mostly performed by commanders or officials, not ordinary soldiers. Sometimes commanders would purify their troops through rituals, likely involving animal sacrifices, and then give speeches afterward. Soldiers could watch these events, but they didn't usually take part in them. They also joined in victory parades called triumphs, which ended with sacrifices to Jupiter. However, not every general had a triumph, and space was limited where the ceremony happened, so the soldiers' involvement was often minimal. In earlier times, Roman military standards had animal symbols like eagles, wolves, or horses. These may have had spiritual meanings, but it's unclear if any rituals were tied to them during the Republic. Since the army back then was made up mostly of Roman citizens and their Italian allies, their religious customs came from Italy, even though some foreign religions, like the cults of Cybele or Bacchus, had started to spread into Rome by the late Republic. Everything changed when Augustus created a permanent, standing army. This allowed for a regular religious calendar in army camps, which helped build loyalty to the emperor. Soldiers now had yearly religious events that honored both the traditional Roman gods and the emperors. One of the best examples of this is a papyrus found in Dura Europos, a Roman fortress on the empire's eastern border. This document, known as the Feriale Durinum, shows a full calendar of official army religious holidays from the 230s AD. The calendar focused only on traditional Roman religion and honoring the emperor. There was no mention of other religious beliefs. It likely came from an older version set up by Augustus. It's not clear if army units had official priests, though we do know there were soldiers who helped with sacrifices, called victimari. Some sources mention priests in the military, but the evidence is unclear, and commanders could perform the rituals themselves. So, while religion became a bigger part of army life under Augustus, how it was managed within each unit is still partly unknown. During the Principate, most Roman military units were based far from Italy, in places where traditional Roman gods were not well known by the local people. Because of this, the religious calendar followed by the soldiers, which focused on Roman gods and emperors, likely made them feel more separate from the communities nearby. Even many soldiers who were born in the provinces wouldn't have been familiar with these Roman deities at first. In older research, this sense of separation was also linked to the soldiers' involvement in unofficial religious cults, especially the cult of Mithras and the cult of Jupiter Dolichonus. Mithras was originally an Indo-Iranian god connected to sun worship. In the Roman Empire, his cult became popular in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. It was an all-male religion with secret levels of membership, and for a long time, it was believed that Mithraism especially appealed to soldiers and spread mainly through the army. However, newer research shows that this idea was based on limited evidence. In fact, merchants and travelers may have done more to spread the cult. While some soldiers were definitely followers of Mithras, less than 20% of known followers in inscriptions were soldiers, except in heavily militarized areas like Britain and Numidia. Also, most soldier followers had some rank in the army, like centurions or standard-bearers. Regular low-ranking soldiers were rarely involved. For these mid-level officers, the cult gave a sense of shared identity and status through its teachings and group meals. Only in places like Numidia and Britain does Mithraism really seem like a military cult that may have kept soldiers apart from civilians. Jupiter Dolichonus was a storm god from Syria, whose worship spread west in the 2nd century. Although we know little about what the religion taught, about half of the dedications found have links to the military. This led some scholars to call it a military cult, but newer studies show that civilians were also interested in it. More recently, researchers have argued that while the cult spread through military networks, many of the civilian followers were people who had regular contact with soldiers. So, while the military helped spread this religion, it wasn't only for them. The relationship between soldiers and civilians played an important role in the cult's popularity. During the Principate, Roman soldiers were not only involved in official military or state cults like those of Mithras or Jupiter Dolichonus. In many parts of the empire, they also took part in local religious traditions. This shows that they sometimes interacted with nearby civilian communities, at least in religious settings. For example, in the eastern provinces, soldiers made offerings to local gods like Atargatis, Jupiter Heliopolitanus, and Zeus Bytoticeus in the same temples used by civilians. In Egypt, soldiers and civilians both left graffiti in temples asking local gods for protection. In North Africa, especially around the fort at Bounjem, soldiers worshipped local gods such as Jupiter Hammon and Mars Canaphar. Similarly, in Numidia, many soldiers from the Lambasis army camp followed the local Saturn cult. Along the lower Rhine, soldiers made dedications to local female deities called the Matronae Auphaniae. These religious acts show that soldiers wanted the protection of local gods, and although this doesn't directly prove that they mixed with civilians during worship, it strongly suggests shared religious spaces and possible contact. There's also the interesting case of Christianity. In the fortress of Dura Europos on the Euphrates, a Christian house church was discovered that might have been visited by both civilians and soldiers. While the church was outside the military zone, and no clear signs of soldier presence were found inside it. We do know that soldiers did enter other religious places in the city. Though Christians were occasionally persecuted by Roman authorities during the Principate, these events were rare and usually limited to certain areas. The first empire-wide persecution didn't happen until 249 under Emperor Decius. So, for most of this period, there wasn't much preventing Christian soldiers from going to church, if they were Christian. Some people have wondered how Christian soldiers could serve in the army, since military life required taking part in official Roman religious rituals. But it's likely that some soldiers became Christian after joining, and others may have quietly avoided deep involvement in the rituals. By the late 3rd century, enough Christians were in the army for Emperor Diocletian to worry about it. He even ordered that Christian soldiers be removed before launching his larger persecution. Still, this suggests that Christians were present in the military without yet being large enough in number to threaten its function. Overall, these examples show that religion sometimes created connections, not just divisions, between soldiers and the people living near them. The most important question about Christianity and the Roman army is how quickly the army became Christian once Christian emperors came to power. Just 10 years after Emperor Diocletian started his persecution of Christians in 303, Constantine became ruler in the western part of the empire and began supporting the Christian church around 312. Although the church had many different theological views, the overall direction of imperial policy in the 4th century favored Christianity. Still, traditional Roman religious practices weren't completely banned until later in the century. One major exception was Emperor Julian, who tried to bring back paganism. His short reign showed that even though soldiers had accepted Christian emperors before, it didn't mean they had all fully converted to Christianity, since there wasn't a strong backlash when Julian brought back the old traditions. Only a small number of soldiers were removed from the army for refusing to take part in pagan rituals. Later, the losses in Julian's failed Persian campaign and at the Battle of Adrianople in 378 left the army short of men. This made it harder for later Christian emperors to force religious changes in the army. Still, Emperor Theodosius I banned pagan sacrifices in the early 3900s, which must have slowly changed the religious life of the army. Around this time, a Christian part was added to the army's oath of loyalty, and by the 430s, there were Christian priests, chaplains, serving with military units. Since most soldiers came from the countryside, where people were slower to accept Christianity, army life may have actually helped spread the religion. By the 6th century, Christian practices had become normal in the army. Soldiers were expected to fast before Easter, and generals would use Christian images to encourage their troops before battle. A military manual from the end of the 6th century even describes a routine for soldiers that included regular prayers and church attendance. By then, the old Roman religious calendar used in the army had been completely replaced by Christian practices. At first, it might seem strange to say that war could help different cultures mix and learn from each other. But when we look at the history of warfare in the Roman world, we see that this actually happened a lot. Other states admired Rome's military power and often tried to copy its army and organization. But what's even more interesting is that the Romans themselves often borrowed ideas and techniques from their enemies. This habit of learning from others helped Rome become such a strong military power, and some Roman writers even pointed this out later. One early example of copying Roman ways comes from Antiochus IV, a king of the Seleucid Empire. In 166 BC, he showed off an army that included 5,000 soldiers trained and dressed like Romans. These troops were not just for show. They later fought in real battles. It made sense, since Rome had recently beaten Antiochus III and the Macedonians in major battles, proving Roman military strength. Around this same time, the Ptolemies in Egypt also made changes to their armies based on Roman ideas. In the 1st century BC, Eastern rulers like Mithridates of Pontus and Tigranes of Armenia used Roman-style troops against the Romans themselves. Diodorus of Galatia also trained his army like the Romans, not to fight Rome, but to ally with it. His army later became the foundation of the Roman unit called Legio Deiotarana. Even in distant Iran, mail armor and helmet styles began to reflect Roman influence, and some Germanic tribes started using Roman tactics, like having reserves and better leadership structures. Ironically, one thing others copied from Rome, mail armor, was originally something the Romans had borrowed from the Celts centuries earlier. This shows how Rome's military success came from constantly learning and adapting. Greek writers even noticed this. One famous example is when the Romans, during the First Punic War, built their first fleet of warships based on a Carthaginian ship they had captured. Another big example is the Roman use of the Spanish sword, known for its sharp point and strength. After fighting the Spanish troops serving under Hannibal, the Romans stopped using their old swords and switched to this new design, which suited their close combat fighting style and was much stronger and more reliable in battle. Over time, the swords used by Roman soldiers changed in size and shape. In the 1st century AD, swords became shorter, but by the end of the 2nd century, they grew longer again. These changes weren't about copying enemy weapons, but about adapting Roman fighting techniques to better handle the enemies they were facing. The shorter swords and curved rectangular shields helped Roman soldiers fight more effectively in close combat, especially against tough enemies like the Germanic tribes. Later, when horse-riding enemies became more common and dangerous, longer swords and oval shields became more useful for countering mounted attacks. But the Romans didn't just adjust their tactics. They also borrowed equipment ideas from other cultures, especially from the steppe warriors of Central Asia, like the Sarmatians and the Parthians. Some of these influences show up in small details, like sword handles made from metal rings instead of wood, new ways to attach scabbards, and redesigned horse gear. One of the biggest changes, though, was the creation of heavy cavalry units called conteri, named after the long spears they used, called contus. These cavalry soldiers often used two-handed lances and wore full body armor. Units like these started appearing in the 2nd century, and by the 4th century, they had become an important part of the Roman army. Some of these troops were actually Sarmatians, brought into the Roman army for their riding skills, but many were recruited from different parts of the empire. Although some people have questioned how effective this heavy cavalry really was, the fact that they stayed in use until at least the 6th century shows that Roman commanders considered them valuable. In the Roman Empire, archery became more important over time, especially thanks to influences from the East. At first, many of the best archers came from places like Parthia and other Eastern cultures that were already skilled in using bows. These archers often served in Roman auxiliary units and used special composite bows, which were strong and powerful. Over time, these bows became more common in the Roman army, as archers from other parts of the empire also started using them. Later, when the Romans encountered steppe peoples like the Huns and Avars, they learned even more. The Huns, in particular, introduced stronger bows and better saddles that made horseback archery easier. Roman cavalry tactics changed to reflect this, and mounted archers played an important role in Roman victories, especially in the time of the historian Procopius. The Avars also brought new ideas, including the metal stirrup, which came from Central Asia. Even though the Romans already had good saddles, the stirrup helped soldiers stay more stable while shooting arrows from horseback. However, Rome didn't always copy everything from its enemies. Some people used to think the Roman army became too barbarian in late antiquity, especially because many soldiers and commanders came from Germanic backgrounds. They pointed to formations with Germanic names, like the Shield Wall and the Drungus Cavalry. But recent research shows that these were not really new formations, but just new names for old Roman tactics. So, the Roman military didn't completely change or lose its identity. Why did the Romans adopt so many ideas from others? Partly because, like in all of military history, when something works well, others copy it. Also, the Roman Empire was huge, and controlling such a big area meant encountering many cultures with different ways of fighting. Roman soldiers often took weapons and armor as loot, which gave them a chance to study and sometimes copy enemy technology. But what's really interesting is that Romans borrowed more from others than others borrowed from them. This was especially true with groups like the Sarmatians and Parthians, who were excellent horsemen. Rome didn't have much to teach them in that area, but it learned a lot from them. Romans were also more open than many ancient societies. They were willing to give citizenship to outsiders and even freed slaves, and this inclusive attitude may have helped them accept new military ideas too. Some say this openness goes back to Roman founding stories, which talk about welcoming outsiders. Whatever the reason, this Roman ability to learn from others was a big part of why their army was so successful. The connection between Roman culture and the army has often been explained using the idea of Romanization. This meant either soldiers from different backgrounds becoming more Roman during their service, or the local people near army bases adopting Roman ways because of contact with the military. However, the term Romanization has become more controversial over time. People have started to question whether it really reflects what happened, because it suggests that the Romans were always in control, spreading a single, unified culture. In reality, as Rome conquered more lands, first in Italy during the Republic, and later across a huge empire, it also absorbed many different peoples, each with their own cultures. These people didn't just accept Roman identity, they helped shape it. As a result, what it meant to be Roman varied from place to place. This change was also seen in the army. During the Republic, many Italian soldiers joined the army. Later, during the Principate and late antiquity, more and more provincial soldiers served. Over time, the cultural mix in the army became more complex. So we can't just think of the Roman army as a tool for spreading Roman culture in a simple, one-way process. The reality was much more complicated. Different parts of the empire had different experiences, and it's hard to generalize. Still, there were some consistent things across the Roman military. One clear example is the use of Latin. Latin remained the main language of the army, especially for official documents, commands, and training, all the way into late antiquity. While many soldiers spoke other languages in their daily lives, Latin was the language of power in military life. Even if some soldiers didn't speak it well, Latin helped unite people in the army and had a strong influence outside the army too. In fact, the Roman military played a major role in spreading Latin to Greek-speaking areas and other parts of the empire, leading to more people becoming bilingual. Another important thing to understand is that the relationship between the Roman military and culture changed over time. During the Republic, things were simpler. Most soldiers came from Italy, and although they were sometimes sent abroad, their service usually didn't last more than a few years. In this period, the cultural impact of military service mainly affected Italian allies. People from different regions of Italy, who had their own languages and customs. These allied units kept their own identity inside the army. Ancient writers even commented on their bravery or lack of it. For example, a unit from central Italy, the Paeligni, bravely attacked the Macedonian phalanx at the Battle of Pydna in 168 BC. Military camps at the time also kept these allied units on the edges, which showed their separate status. While they probably used their native languages within their own units, they still needed to understand some Latin to work with the legions or with other allied troops from different regions. So, military life would still expose them to Roman language and customs, especially during daily activities like eating, shopping, or gambling, when soldiers from different backgrounds interacted. Later on, during the civil wars at the end of the Republic, many Italian allies were granted Roman citizenship. This helped them feel more connected to Rome and encouraged them to learn Latin. Then, when Augustus came to power, he created a standing army, and soldiers started serving for 20 years or more, often far from home. These soldiers were based in permanent camps near the empire's borders. Being away from their hometowns and in unfamiliar places helped build strong bonds between soldiers and made them feel like a part of something bigger, the Roman state. At the same time, Augustus began using more local troops from the provinces in the army instead of Italians. This made the army more diverse in culture and background. Still, all these soldiers, wherever they came from, were regularly involved in Roman religious ceremonies. One example is a Latin calendar found in Dura Europos, which lists traditional Roman festivals and honors to the emperor. These ceremonies weren't meant to force religion on soldiers, but rather to build loyalty to Rome and its leaders. However, just by taking part in these events year after year, soldiers probably absorbed some Roman values and cultural habits without even realizing it. During the Principate, Roman soldiers didn't just take part in religious rituals, they were also introduced to important parts of Roman daily life, like public bathing. Even though some writers saw baths as a luxury that could weaken discipline, bathhouses became a normal part of military forts by the end of the 1st century. Big legionary camps usually had large bathhouses inside the walls, while smaller auxiliary forts had simpler ones outside. In fact, archaeologists have even found bath structures in remote places like the desert outposts in Egypt and North Africa, where water was very hard to find. This shows how important bathing was for Roman soldiers. What's even more interesting is that, as more provincial recruits joined the army and the number of Italians declined, these soldiers were introduced to Roman habits of hygiene and social life through these bathhouses. Of course, people outside Italy weren't unfamiliar with washing, but the Roman way of bathing, with its routines, spaces, and social rules, was something new that they learned in the army. Bathhouses were not just for cleaning. They were also places to socialize and relax. In fact, evidence like hairpins and children's teeth found in the drains of military baths shows that local civilians, not just soldiers, were also using these places, which helped spread Roman customs to nearby communities. Another Roman habit that soldiers from the provinces had to get used to was the diet. The army usually provided rations like wheat, olive oil, wine, meat, vegetables, cheese, and salt. For soldiers who came from Mediterranean regions, this food was pretty normal. But for those from northern provinces, like the areas near the Danube and Rhine, it was quite different. These northern areas didn't grow olives, so olive oil wasn't common there. People also preferred barley over wheat and drank beer instead of wine. Even though northern soldiers could still buy beer and barley locally, the army supplied and charged them for the standard rations, which gave them a reason to eat the Roman way. Over time, these soldiers likely got used to these new foods. And as soldiers adapted, so did the local communities around them. Although Rome didn't invent the Mediterranean diet, its soldiers helped spread it across the empire, and eating these foods likely became a part of what it meant to be Roman for many people. To provide olive oil to large numbers of Roman soldiers stationed in places like the Rhine, the Danube, and Britain, it was necessary to import the oil from southern parts of the empire. This is shown by the many oil containers, amphorae, found at military camps in the north. At first, this same method was used to bring in wheat and wine too. But unlike olive oil, wheat and wine could be produced more easily in northern climates. In fact, by the 2nd and 3rd centuries, many local farmers in the provinces had started growing wheat to meet the army's needs, and wine production grew a lot in Gaul during the 1st and 2nd centuries. These changes were clearly influenced by the army's demand, but they also began to change what local people ate and drank over time. Still, Roman food habits didn't spread in the same way everywhere. For example, when archaeologists studied animal bones from different parts of the Western Roman Empire, they noticed interesting differences. In Italy and southern Gaul, pork was the most common meat. In northern Gaul and along the Rhine, people mostly ate beef. In Britain, mutton was popular, but beef was also eaten a lot. When researchers looked at military camps in the northwest, they found that soldiers mostly ate beef. This probably reflects the food habits of the local troops from northern Gaul and Germany who had joined the army. When some of these soldiers were later sent to Britain, they likely brought their food preferences with them, which may explain why beef was so common there. Because of this, one historian said that Roman Britain's food habits were partly Gallicized or Germanized. So, while Roman military service did spread some food traditions, it didn't completely replace local tastes. There were still limits to how much Roman food culture took hold in every region. There is clear evidence that many Roman soldiers continued to follow their native traditions, especially in areas like religion and burial, even while serving in the army. For example, a group of archers originally from Syrian Emesa who were stationed on the Danube kept worshipping their local god Elagabalus. Similarly, soldiers from a Tungrian cavalry unit posted in Scotland made offerings to gods from their homeland, Ricagambeda and Viradecthis. Palmyrene troops stationed in places like North Africa, Dacia, and Dura Europos also continued to honor their traditional gods, such as Malakbel and Iarhibol. In another case, at a site in Cumbria from the 3rd century, archaeologists found signs of burial customs that were very specific to the Danube region, including horse cremations and strange metal pendants buried with the dead. This suggests that soldiers from that area were still practicing their local funeral traditions. Another interesting aspect of Roman military culture in late antiquity was the rise of soldiers with barbarian backgrounds to high-ranking positions. In the early empire, top military commanders usually came from wealthy Roman families and often had both military and government careers. But by the 4th century, many generals were professional soldiers from humble origins, including a growing number of men from outside the empire. Some, like the Frankish general Silvanus and the half-Vandal Stilicho, were born in the empire to immigrant families and were likely more integrated into Roman society. Still, it's impressive that several of these men were made consuls, a title that no longer had power but was still highly respected because of its historic link to Rome's elite. These generals might not have had the same education as the Roman upper class, but they made efforts to fit into Roman cultural life. Some of them wrote letters to famous Roman intellectuals like Symmachus and the speaker Libanius. One general, Elibicus, even asked for copies of Libanius's speeches, while Stilicho supported the poet Claudian. Maybe their secretaries actually wrote the letters or read the speeches for them, and maybe the support of poets was a political move. but these actions still showed that they cared about Roman culture. Stilicho's daughters both married the emperor Honorius, and another general's daughter married Honorius's brother Arcadius. Her name was Eudoxia, a Greek-style name, which shows how deeply these families had adapted to Roman and even Greek culture. In his military manual, the Roman writer Vegetius explains how carefully the Roman army kept records of its daily operations. According to him, everything, discipline, duties, even finances, was written down in official records every day, sometimes even more carefully than government tax records. Soldiers took turns doing guard duty, and their names were recorded to make sure the work was shared fairly. Even when a soldier was given time off, it was noted in the lists, including how many days he was away. Although Vegetius was writing in a later period, and his information may not always match earlier times exactly, what he describes is confirmed by many documents found in places like Roman Egypt and Dura Europos. These documents, written on papyrus, broken pottery, or wooden tablets, show how the army managed itself and give us valuable insight into how things really worked behind the scenes, something we can't always get from traditional historical books, which often use dramatic language. However, we need to be careful not to jump to conclusions. Just because we find lots of written records doesn't mean the Roman army was a modern-style bureaucracy or that most soldiers were literate. These documents mostly come from regions that became part of the empire after Augustus, like Egypt and Mesopotamia, so they mainly reflect the way the army worked during the Principate and later, not the earlier Republic. Other sources from places like Britain or North Africa also date from later periods. For the Republican period, we mostly rely on short mentions in historical writings, many of which were actually written during the Principate and might reflect that later reality rather than the Republic. Still, we do have some clues. In the Republic, officials called censors kept lists of citizens, partly to see who could be called for military service. These were not military records exactly, since they were made for taxes and other civil duties too. But writers like Polybius do mention that army commanders kept lists of soldiers who joined specific campaigns, and that guards on night duty received written instructions. Another historian, Appian, says that during the late Republic, officers kept records of soldiers' behavior and reported daily troop numbers. Though he lived in the 2nd century, his account might still reflect earlier practices. Altogether, these examples show that even before the Principate, the Roman army used written documents in important ways, laying the foundation for the more detailed record-keeping we see in later centuries. It's not surprising that ordinary daily tasks, like paperwork, aren't often mentioned in old Roman writings. But after Augustus created a permanent, professional army, the need for detailed military records clearly grew. For example, soldiers had to serve for many years to earn their discharge payments, so records had to track how long they had served. Leave requests and permissions also had to be recorded, especially with soldiers staying in one place for longer periods in permanent forts. This led to more structured and varied types of record-keeping. By the 2nd century, we know there were different kinds of military clerks, some in charge of food supplies, some managing soldiers' savings, and others keeping track of soldiers who died without heirs. Surviving documents include lists, letters, duty rosters, reports, and even daybooks that recorded the details of mail sent between forts. These documents help us understand how the Roman army used written records to maintain control. Things like duty rosters and strength reports allowed commanders to know where every soldier was, which helped them control large regions with only a small number of troops. Even personal letters sent by soldiers to friends and family were organized through the army and may have helped boost morale. However, despite all this paperwork, we shouldn't assume the Roman army was as organized as a modern-day military. We haven't found a full file for any individual soldier that includes their entire career. Things like enlistment papers, promotions, leave records, or discharge documents all in one place. There were also differences in how paperwork was done across the empire. While Latin was the main language of military documents, Greek was also used in the eastern provinces. The format of documents like leave requests could vary depending on the region. Those found in Britain weren't exactly the same as those found in Egypt. Even if the Roman army didn't have a fully consistent bureaucracy, soldiers were clearly much more exposed to reading and writing than most ordinary people in the Roman world, especially farmers in the countryside, who made up most of the population. This has led scholars to wonder whether Roman soldiers were generally more literate than average people. One example from the late 2nd century gives us a clue. In a cavalry unit, 2/3 of the soldiers couldn't sign for a hay delivery themselves and had to ask a more literate comrade to write it for them. Still, we can't generalize too much from this. It's important to remember that literacy likely varied between officers and regular soldiers, and also between legionaries and auxiliaries. Officers in the Roman army were generally expected to be literate. Most came from social backgrounds where reading and writing were common. Even those who didn't start out in elite Roman society, like Cerealis, a commander from northern Gaul, could still read and write well in Latin. Some officers, like centurions, had already been literate before joining, especially those from higher social classes. But others, who worked their way up through the ranks, likely learned to read and write while serving in the army. In fact, a few even tried writing poetry, though not always successfully. Other lower-ranking officers, like options, were also probably literate, based on written reports they left behind and artistic depictions of them holding writing tablets. Some experts think that about 10% of soldiers in a legion had roles that required literacy. In the later Roman period, writings like the Strategicon show that mid-level officers were expected to read and write, and orders were commonly given in writing. As for ordinary soldiers, there's some evidence that more of them were literate than we might assume, especially considering most came from rural areas. For example, during the civil wars of the late Republic, commanders used written messages, like leaflets shot into enemy camps or passed out secretly, to try to win over enemy troops. These efforts wouldn't have worked if no one could read them, so there must have been some soldiers who could read the material aloud to their comrades. Roman laws were also often posted in military camps. This included laws that affected soldiers directly, like Hadrian's law about soldiers' children, or benefits granted by emperors like Licinius. These texts were sometimes displayed near the military standards, possibly as symbols, but also in places where soldiers would see them often. The assumption seems to have been that literate soldiers would read these notices to others. Even if many soldiers couldn't read, just seeing written texts posted around the camp helped make the written word a normal part of military life. At a fort in Bungem, North Africa, for example, the outside wall of a building was used like a public notice board. Although only fragments survive, the writing seems to have shared local news with soldiers. Some documents show that even lower-ranking soldiers could write. For instance, hay receipts from a cavalry unit show that about a third of the soldiers could sign their names, while others had someone else write for them. We also have a detailed report written by a regular cavalryman on a piece of pottery, and several leave requests from Vindolanda, each in a different handwriting, suggesting they were written by ordinary soldiers. Even the fact that 20% of surviving inkwells were found at military sites supports the idea that writing was part of everyday army life. Vegetius, a Roman military writer, said that being able to read and write might be one of the things considered when choosing new soldiers. But could regular soldiers actually learn to read and write while serving in the army? One text from the Roman period mentions that there were army clerks who were able to teach others, but most historians don't think the Roman military officially taught literacy, as part of training. If a soldier wanted to learn, he probably had to do it on his own, maybe with help from a fellow soldier in his tent who already knew how. Still, there were good reasons to learn. Jobs in the army that required reading and writing often came with better conditions, like being excused from hard physical duties, and they gave soldiers a better chance at promotion and higher pay. Even beyond that, just seeing how useful reading and writing could be, like using written letters to get favors from powerful people, helped encourage soldiers and those around them to value literacy and want to learn it themselves. In the ancient world, war happened in many different ways, but modern people often picture big, dramatic battles between armies as the main form of fighting. This idea likely comes from popular histories that focus on decisive battles, and also from ancient historians like Herodotus, who described famous battles like Marathon and Plataea in detail. Because of these old stories, modern historians have often made battles the center of their research into ancient warfare. However, the questions historians ask today are different from those in the past. Before trying to learn from ancient battle stories, it's important to understand how they were written. Even though ancient authors claimed to tell the truth, they were also writing for entertainment, so they followed certain storytelling traditions. These included common features like speeches before battles, arrows darkening the sky, and soldiers slipping in blood. Writers were influenced by older works, especially Homer's epics, and historians like Herodotus and Thucydides. Describing battles gave them a chance to show off their writing skills and entertain readers. That means many of the battle accounts we have are full of cliches or dramatic filler, and we shouldn't assume they're completely accurate, even if the writer had some military experience, which was rare. Thankfully, we also have other kinds of evidence, like weapons, armor, and some texts that are more straightforward, that help us better understand how ancient battles really worked. One such source will be explored more at the end of this section. One common way people have studied Roman battles is by trying to figure out how the armies were arranged, how they moved, and what tactics they used, basically trying to explain why one side won and the other lost. This approach makes sense and has sometimes been used in military schools to learn lessons from history, even though ancient battles were very different from modern ones because of the lack of advanced technology. This kind of study usually focuses on the commanders and their decisions. That's fine, as long as we remember the problems with the sources, like the fact that ancient writers followed literary traditions and that nobody could really know everything that happened in the middle of a chaotic battle. However, over the last 40 years, another way of studying battles has become more popular. This new method is called the face of battle approach. It became well known after John Keegan's book, The Face of Battle, published in 1976. Instead of focusing on generals, this approach looks at what it was like for the ordinary soldier in the front lines. It has influenced the way we look at ancient warfare too, not just medieval or modern battles. The face of battle idea can mean different things, but it always tries to understand the experience of regular soldiers. One part of this is studying how the actual fighting worked. In his book, Keegan broke down combat into different matchups, like archers versus cavalry, or infantry versus infantry. Some historians have used this idea to look at Roman battles, especially since Roman heavy infantry played such an important role. For example, historian Philip Sabin looked closely at Roman infantry fighting and noticed that battles often lasted over an hour. One side usually lost more soldiers than the other. The front lines moved during battle, and soldiers in the back rows also played a role. From this, he suggested that Roman battles weren't just two groups pushing against each other, like in some Greek battles. Instead, Roman infantry fighting was more like a back-and-forth exchange, with moments of intense close combat and periods of standing off. This also shows that Roman units had to be flexible and work well in smaller groups. People have reacted differently to modern models of how Roman battles worked. Some agree with the more flexible style of fighting described by Sabin, because archaeological finds and images of Roman soldiers seem to support it. This model suggests that Roman infantry didn't just stand still and push, but instead fought in a more open back-and-forth way. However, others argue that this model doesn't consider how dangerous it was if the front line broke, especially when enemy cavalry attacked. Some also say it doesn't fully consider the role of missile weapons, like spears or arrows. Battle tactics also changed over time. In late antiquity, for example, new enemies like horse archers forced the Romans to adapt. Infantry still played an important role but became more defensive, using tighter formations and more types of missiles, while cavalry took on more offensive roles by the 500s. Another area influenced by John Keegan's ideas is the question of morale. Why Roman soldiers were willing to fight and risk death. Keegan looked at soldiers' letters and diaries from battles like Waterloo and the Somme to understand what they felt. Ancient historians don't have this kind of evidence, but one rare example is the Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus, who was actually in the siege of Amida in 359. Still, he was an officer and wrote his account much later. So, to understand morale in Roman battles, historians rely on indirect evidence like the promise of rewards or punishments, good training, and leadership. Some even try comparing Roman soldiers to modern ones, though that can be risky because it assumes that people in all times and cultures react the same way in battle. A big debate has come from the ideas of Marshall, a U.S. Army historian. He claimed that most modern soldiers didn't actually try to kill the enemy in combat. He believed this was because society teaches people that killing is wrong, so fear of fighting is a natural emotion. According to his research, only about 25% of American soldiers in World War II actually fired their weapons with the intent to kill. He also said that what helped soldiers fight better was being part of a close group. If a soldier knew the men around him and cared about what they thought, he would be more likely to fight because he didn't want to lose respect. This idea of small group bonding helping soldiers overcome fear has become important in military history discussions. There has been a lot of debate about L.A. Marshall's claim that only about 25% of American soldiers in World War II actually fired their weapons to kill. The biggest problem is that his research methods were not very reliable. It turns out he probably didn't interview as many soldiers as he said, and many of those soldiers later said they weren't even asked if they had fired their weapons. Even though some people still find his ideas interesting, many others have pointed out these problems. Still, some historians have used Marshall's conclusions when thinking about Roman soldiers, without really questioning whether they apply. But ancient Roman soldiers were very different from modern ones. Roman culture didn't have the same moral rules against killing, especially not before Christianity became influential in the later Roman Empire. In fact, Romans grew up seeing a lot of violence. Religious ceremonies often involved killing animals, and gladiator games, public executions, and even cockfighting were common. Children grew up seeing blood and violence regularly. That said, this doesn't mean Roman soldiers weren't afraid in battle. Ancient weapons could cause terrible injuries, even with armor, and many battle stories show that Roman soldiers felt fear and anxiety. Some modern writers have even wondered if Roman soldiers suffered from PTSD, but that's hard to prove. Their world was so different, both culturally and technologically, that it's difficult to compare. What's clear, though, is that keeping morale high was very important in the Roman army. In this sense, Marshall's idea that strong bonds between small groups of soldiers helped them stay brave still seems relevant when thinking about Roman warfare. Some historians have criticized Marshall's idea that strong bonds within small groups are the main reason soldiers fight. One problem is that this idea doesn't explain what happens when a unit suffers many losses in a short time. For example, during World War II, some German and American units had to take in lots of new soldiers very quickly. These replacements didn't survive long enough to build friendships or become buddies, and often their fellow soldiers didn't even learn their names. But this situation doesn't apply as much to ancient battles, where most of the killing happened after the battle was already lost, during the retreat or rout. In the Roman army, group unity was likely stronger and more stable. Soldiers lived and fought closely in small teams called a contubernium, 8 men sharing a tent, and larger units called a century. These close bonds were important for keeping morale high and fighting effectively. Even if terms like contubernales, tent mates, or commilitones, fellow soldiers, in inscriptions need careful interpretation, Roman sources do show that trust and friendship among soldiers mattered. Caesar, for example, mentions that before battle, soldiers often encouraged each other by reminding their tent mates to fight bravely and live up to their reputation. Some scholars argue that ancient writers talk more about rivalry than friendship among soldiers. But this competition often worked with group unity, not against it. Soldiers who acted bravely often inspired others to do the same, either to keep up or avoid shame. Another modern approach to studying battle looks at unpredictability. It's obvious that battles don't always go as planned, but this idea has been explored in more detail using something called chaos theory. This theory, taken from math and science, says that in complex systems, small changes can lead to big effects, like the idea that a butterfly flapping its wings in one place could eventually cause a tornado somewhere else. Applied to battle, it means that war is messy and unpredictable. One small event or mistake can change everything, and effects can build on each other in unexpected ways. Historians have noticed that writers like Livy often describe battles turning because of small events. This way of thinking supports the idea that what happens on the front lines, the experience of ordinary soldiers, matters just as much, if not more, than the decisions made by command. A very useful example of how unpredictable Roman battles could be, and what fighting in one really felt like, comes from a rare and valuable eyewitness account. The battle happened on April 14th, 43 BC, near a village called Forum Gallorum in northern Italy. It took place during the power struggles that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. At the time, Mark Antony was attacking Decimus Brutus, one of Caesar's killers, who was hiding in the city of Mutina. One of the Roman consuls, Hirtius, came north with an army to help Brutus, but waited to fight until the other consul, Pansa, could arrive with more troops. Pansa's army had 4 legions, but they were mostly new and inexperienced soldiers. Antony tried to take advantage of this by attacking Pansa's troops before they could join Hirtius. What makes this battle special for historians is that, along with the usual historical texts, we also have a letter written the very next day by an officer named Galba. He wrote to Cicero, giving his version of what happened. While Galba clearly wanted to make himself look good and downplay his side's losses, the fact that he was there and wrote immediately after the battle makes it a rare and important source. Galba's letter gives us insight into what it was like for officers in battle. First, it shows how hard it was to get clear information during the fight. Antony attacked, thinking he was only fighting inexperienced soldiers, not knowing that Hirtius had secretly sent one of his best legions, the Martian Legion, along with 2 elite units to help Pansa. This meant Antony faced much stronger resistance than he expected. Second, Galba shows how hard it was to control the troops. When Antony's army showed up near Forum Gallorum, the Martian Legion charged forward on their own, without waiting for orders. Galba says they couldn't stop them. The less experienced soldiers were forced to follow behind, unprepared. The Martian Legion was especially eager to fight because they wanted revenge. some of their officers had been killed by Antony the year before. This example highlights how unpredictable and chaotic battles could be in the Roman world, especially when soldiers acted on emotion rather than orders. A third problem during the battle was that the different parts of Pansa's army had trouble staying coordinated. Galba was helping command 8 cohorts from the experienced Martian legion on the right side of the army. They pushed back one of Antony's legions so far that Galba and his men ended up more than half a mile ahead of the rest of the army. This left them vulnerable and at risk of being surrounded by Antony's cavalry. As Galba tried to fix this by riding back, he ran into a fourth problem. He almost got killed by his own side. He galloped toward some of the new recruits, but they thought he was the enemy and nearly threw their spears at him. Only at the last second did they realize who he was. This kind of confusion was more likely in a civil war, where both sides were Roman and looked alike. Meanwhile, Antony's forces tried to capture Pansa's camp, but failed. He still thought he had won the battle, until he returned to Forum Gallorum and was surprised by a group of Hirtius' experienced troops coming from the main road. These veterans caused major losses to Antony's army and even captured 2 legionary eagles and 60 military standards. This second phase of the battle again shows how hard it was to keep track of everything happening during such chaos. Galba's letter, written right after the fight, tells us what it was like for officers during the battle. But it doesn't talk much about emotions or what the regular soldiers went through. It focuses on movement, decisions, and outcomes, showing how Roman officers could still feel proud of victory even when fighting against other Romans. To get a better idea of what the common soldiers experienced, we can also look at a different account by the historian Appian. He wrote about this battle 200 years later, but he seems to have used reliable sources. In his version, he describes a brutal and disciplined fight between Antony's troops and the Martian legion in a narrow area surrounded by marshes. Because they couldn't move around much, the soldiers fought in close quarters with swords, like in a wrestling match. Every strike hit someone. There was no shouting, just the sounds of men getting wounded and dying. When someone fell, he was quickly replaced. The soldiers didn't need orders. They knew what to do from experience. When they got tired, they rested for a few seconds like in training, then jumped back into the fight. When new recruits arrived and saw this, they were amazed at how calm and organized the fighting was. The battle by Appian may include some exaggeration, and it's unlikely that soldiers really had organized rest breaks during such intense combat. Still, it gives us a vivid sense of what close hand-to-hand fighting must have felt like for experienced Roman soldiers. Of course, this was just one battle, and it's hard to draw broad conclusions from it, especially since it took place during a civil war. Even in battles against non-Roman enemies, the details would have changed depending on who the Romans were fighting and when in history the battle occurred, since the Roman military itself evolved over time. The kind of soldier someone was, heavy infantry, light skirmisher, archer, or cavalry, also shaped their experience in battle. Still, Galba's account is very valuable because it gives us a rare look at what battle was like during an important time in Roman history. Just like soldiers, people who weren't in the army also experienced war in different ways, depending on where and when they lived. In the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, most of Rome's wars were fought in Italy, directly affecting many towns and communities. But in the 2nd century BC, as Rome expanded, most wars were fought in foreign lands, so life in Italy was more peaceful. Later, during the Social War and the Civil Wars at the end of the Republic, war once again returned to Italy and affected other parts of the empire like Spain, southern Gaul, and the Balkans. During the early empire, most wars happened near the borders, although civil wars like the one in 68 to 69 AD did affect northern Italy. Some revolts, like in Judea and Britain, brought heavy fighting to places that weren't near the borders. In the 3rd century, many provinces in the north and east experienced attacks from outside forces, and this continued in the 4th century. Italy was sometimes caught up in civil wars too. In the 5th century, nearly every part of the empire saw war, except, somewhat surprisingly, the eastern provinces. Persia had its own problems, so that area stayed more peaceful for a while. But in the 6th and early 7th centuries, war returned to the east, and Justinian's military campaigns in the west brought long-lasting battles to Italy and North Africa again. Civilians usually came closest to war during sieges, and we have a lot of evidence about how they were affected. Most of the time, civilians stayed behind the walls with the military forces, so they weren't always directly fighting. But since sieges often lasted a long time and targeted entire cities, they had serious effects on everyone inside, including women and children. Stories about sieges were popular in ancient literature, often inspired by the famous tale of Troy. So just like battle stories, many ancient siege accounts were written in a dramatic and traditional style. Still, we have some very detailed and reliable accounts written by people who were actually there, like Caesar's report on Alesia, Josephus on Jerusalem, and Ammianus on Amida. Later on, Procopius wrote about the siege of Rome in 537, and a unique Syriac chronicle tells us about the sieges in Mesopotamia around 502. These kinds of sources help us understand the real impact of sieges. Life during a siege was hard for civilians. Men who weren't soldiers might be asked to guard the walls or gates. Sometimes specific groups like monks, Jews, or even young men from local social clubs were given this job, maybe because they were thought to be more loyal to each other. In Rome, during the Gothic siege of 537, civilians were even paid to do guard duty because there were so many walls to cover. These people could end up in real combat during attacks. There are examples of civilians fighting beside soldiers, like in Edessa in 544. Women and children were also involved in some sieges. They helped carry supplies to the walls and even poured boiling oil on attackers. Some helped make weapons or donated their hair to fix catapults. In one case, during the war with Hannibal, the women of a town fought alongside the men and were praised for being just as brave. But the biggest problems in a siege were hunger and disease. Cutting off food was a key tactic used by attackers to break the defenders' spirit and cause unrest in the city. The people inside often tried to survive by getting rid of those who couldn't fight, like slaves or other non-combatants. Some ate animals like mice, plants, or even tree bark when things got really bad. In rare and desperate situations, some cities even resorted to cannibalism. Disease also became a huge issue because of poor hygiene and the difficulty of burying the dead. This happened in many cities, like Athens, Syracuse, and Rome. On top of all this, hunger and illness weakened the community's unity. Soldiers and civilians started to blame each other, and different groups fought among themselves. In some cases, like in the town of Tella, this led to violence, with attacks on minority groups such as the Jews. When an army managed to capture a city after a long siege, the results were usually terrible for the people living inside. The longer the siege lasted, the more the attacking soldiers suffered. And when they finally broke through, they often took revenge. It was very difficult for commanders to control their soldiers once they entered the city. Ancient writers, influenced by famous stories like the fall of Troy, often described these moments with strong emotion and drama. But even without these literary exaggerations, archaeology confirms how brutal these attacks could be. For example, in the 1990s, archaeologists digging in Valencia, Spain, discovered shocking evidence from when Pompey's army took the city in 75 BC. Every building from that time had been destroyed, and nothing was rebuilt for more than 100 years. Even worse, they found the remains of about 13 men, many with signs of torture, tied or cut off hands, ropes around their necks, and even one man who had been impaled on a spear. These brutal killings likely had a political reason, since Spain at the time was caught in a violent civil war. Throughout Roman history, many sources mention cities where the local people were slaughtered after the Romans, or sometimes their enemies, won. This happened at places like Cremona in AD 69 and Amida in 503. Sometimes the attackers made a difference between men of fighting age and women or children, but often everyone was at risk. Those who weren't killed were usually enslaved, which became one of the main ways the Romans gathered slaves. This was especially common during the Republic, when Rome was still expanding and fighting many wars. In the later Principate period, there were fewer wars, so mass enslavements were not as common, but they still happened. For example, the Jewish War in the 1st century led to the capture of many towns, and each time, mass enslavement followed. During late antiquity, the Roman Empire continued to enslave people from cities it captured, especially along the eastern frontier. In areas like northern Mesopotamia and Armenia, where there were more towns, Roman emperors such as Constantius II, Julian, and Maurice took many prisoners and moved them to other parts of the empire to work and settle. However, it wasn't only the Romans doing this. Sometimes their own cities were attacked, and their people were taken as slaves. The Persians were particularly interested in capturing Roman citizens and relocating them to Persian territory, where they were used for labor on farms and building projects. This practice started around the mid-200s AD and continued for several centuries. While northern tribes like the Goths and Franks weren't usually good at siege warfare, some groups like the Huns and Avars were more effective. In the 440s, the Huns attacked many cities in the Balkans, capturing large amounts of treasure and many people. Later, in the 580s, the Avars also attacked cities like Singidunum and carried away the population into slavery. In one rare case, we actually know what happened to a man who was captured. He had been a merchant in a Roman city but became a slave of a Hun noble. Over time, he fought bravely in battles, gained wealth, and was set free. He married a local woman, started a family, and chose to stay in the Hun kingdom, enjoying life more than under Roman rule with its taxes and corruption. However, such happy endings were rare. Most prisoners likely faced harsh conditions. A more typical image of the cruelty of war can be found in an unusual place, a poem about sea life written in the 2nd century. The poet Oppian compares the violence among sea creatures to human battles. In one part, he describes a scene where an eel tries to pull an octopus off a rock. He compares it to a city being captured, where soldiers drag away children clinging to their mothers. The image is vivid. A child won't let go of his mother, and she won't let go of him, but both are pulled away. In this way, the poet captures the heartbreak and violence of war and slavery, showing how deeply it affected families. One of the most terrible and common things that happened after a city was captured was the sexual abuse of women and children. This was a regular part of war throughout history. Although many old stories, like the fall of Troy in Homer's epics, helped turn this into a common theme in literature, these events were very real. Sexual violence in war was not just about desire. It was often used by soldiers to show power and humiliate their enemies, especially by attacking the enemy's families. In Roman times, we hear about this in different ways. Some writers mention it directly during sieges. Others praise generals for avoiding it. and sometimes women killed themselves rather than be taken. There are even sling bullets from a siege that have threats of rape written on them. Another way civilians suffered during Roman warfare was through raids. Raids were smaller attacks, not big battles or long sieges, so they aren't described as often in ancient texts. Sometimes Rome used raids to hurt or weaken enemies, or had its allies do the same. But more often, enemies of Rome used raids to attack the empire, since most of them didn't have big enough armies to fight in open battle. The Roman Empire was rich, which made it an attractive target for raiders. Some raids were small. For example, in the year 118, a report written on a piece of pottery tells how 60 raiders attacked a Roman station in Egypt and kidnapped a woman and 2 children. But other raids were much bigger. One Roman monument celebrates a victory over a huge group of Germanic tribes who had raided northern Italy in 260. When they were caught heading home, they had thousands of Italian prisoners with them, showing just how large and dangerous some raids could be. Sometimes, when Roman soldiers were away fighting elsewhere, civilians had to protect themselves from raiders. For example, in the 1700s, while Roman troops were busy with the Marcomannic War, tribes called the Costoboci raided parts of Greece. A former Olympic athlete gathered men from his city, Elatea, to fight back. Other cities like Thespiae and Athens may have done the same. In later centuries, this kind of civilian defense became more common. In 260, locals helped Roman soldiers stop Germanic raiders carrying many prisoners. In another case, around 270, a historian named Dexippus led 2,000 Athenian citizens to fight invaders after Athens had already been attacked. Even older people, like the famous general Belisarius, led last-minute defenses using regular people alongside trained soldiers. But not all of these efforts worked. At Adrianople in 376, armed civilians tried to fight off Gothic raiders but were badly defeated. Raids often targeted people. Capturing civilians to turn them into slaves was very common. We see this in many examples, like women and children taken in Egypt in 118, or the thousands of Italians captured in 260. Gothic sea raiders took people from northern Anatolia, desert raiders grabbed peasants from farms in Africa, and nearly 20,000 people were taken from Mesopotamia in 502. One of the most detailed stories comes from the life of a monk named Malchus. He was captured by Arab raiders near Nisibis and forced to work as a shepherd in the desert. His master tried to make him start a family with another captive, but Malchus refused because of his Christian beliefs. Eventually they escaped, and he returned to the empire and became a monk again. His story is rare because it's the only real slave story we know from the Roman world. Another piece of evidence comes from the Rhine River in Germany. There, archaeologists found hundreds of objects taken from Roman homes: coins, dishes, weapons, and more. These were likely being carried home by raiders, probably in wagons. But among the items, they also found shackles, showing that people were being taken too. It's unclear what happened, but it seems the wagons sank in the river, either because they were too heavy or the water was too strong. Sadly, rescuing the prisoners probably wasn't a concern for the raiders. Another kind of warfare that had a big effect on civilians was long-lasting or protracted war. These wars, which lasted more than 10 years in the same area, were rare in ancient times because it was hard to keep armies supplied for that long. But when they did happen, they often caused serious damage to local farming and the rural economy. Two well-known examples are the Hannibalic War in Italy during the late 200s BC and the Gothic War in the 500s AD. The impact of the Hannibalic War has been debated. For a while, some historians believed the damage wasn't too bad, But later studies argued that southern Italy suffered heavily. Even though invading armies couldn't always destroy crops or trees, just their presence in the area could stop farmers from planting or harvesting. Small farmers were hit hardest. Losing one year's harvest or farming tools could ruin them forever. Many families had to flee to cities and never returned to their farms. The Gothic War lasted even longer than the Hannibalic War and caused widespread destruction, though it's talked about less. At first, the empire quickly gained ground, but after new commanders took over, the war dragged on for more than 10 more years. During that time, central Italy was hit hard by famine and war. A historian named Procopius claimed that tens of thousands starved in one region. Although he may have exaggerated to criticize the emperor, other evidence backs up the serious impact of the war. Letters from Pope Pelagius said that farming had collapsed and the church's income dropped sharply. Archaeologists have found signs that many farms and villas were abandoned. One old legal document even mentions that land and slaves were donated to the church in Ravenna, and it talks about trying to recover slaves who ran away during the chaos. This shows that war didn't always create slaves. In this case, it caused them to escape, which made farming even harder. Warfare was a major part of Roman history and had a strong effect on how the Roman state developed over more than 1,000 years. It also affected the many peoples and countries Rome fought against. The role of war changed depending on how big the Roman state was and how strong its enemies were at different times, so it's hard to make simple conclusions. Still, it's clear that war played a key role in Roman history. For much of its history, Rome was successful in war. Even though there were losses, Rome usually defeated its enemies and gained new land. War helped Rome get resources like money, goods, and people. One of the most common results of Roman victories was taking large numbers of people as slaves. They also took wealth from conquered places and began taxing new provinces. Over time, as Rome took over less developed areas, especially in Western Europe, these regions slowly developed cities and were brought into Rome's wider economy. The taxes from these new regions helped pay for the Roman army, which was the state's biggest expense. Rome also used local people from the provinces in its army. Many of them served in auxiliary units, and during their service, they learned Latin and Roman customs. Some even gained Roman citizenship. This helped pull different parts of the empire closer together. But this process worked both ways. The new provinces also influenced Roman culture. As the empire expanded, the idea of what it meant to be Roman started to change. War also helped change how the Roman government worked. For example, after Rome gained an empire in the 2nd century BC, competition between powerful Roman leaders became more intense. This helped lead to civil wars in the 1st century BC. The wars fought by Pompey in the east and Caesar in Gaul were key steps in this process. These civil wars eventually led to the rise of Augustus and a new system where one man held most of the power. Augustus also made big changes to the army, creating a permanent standing force stationed at the empire's borders. This helped him stay in control, but also changed many things, like government finances and life in the provinces. In the 3rd century AD, Rome faced a lot of chaos and crisis. War was a big reason for this. Many emperors came from the army, and the government had to change to deal with new military problems, especially threats from the east and north. One major change in this period was the fall of the Parthian Empire and the rise of the stronger, more aggressive Sasanian Empire in Persia. The Sasanians took over in the 200s and 20s, partly because Rome had invaded Mesopotamia many times in the previous century, weakening the Parthian rulers. So in many ways, war shaped not only Rome's borders, but its politics, society, economy, and identity. Looking at Roman history from the Republic to late antiquity helps us see some key things that stayed the same over time. One of them was the strong belief in victory. This idea was deeply rooted in Roman culture. Even when the empire faced defeats later on, showing off power and success in war was still important. Also, the old idea of the citizen soldier remained popular, even though by the year 212, all free people in the empire had been given Roman citizenship, so it didn't mean as much anymore. However, things also changed. Once emperors were in control, they didn't want other elite Romans gaining too much military fame. Because of this, peace started to be seen as a good thing, more than it was during the Republic. Also, the Roman virtue of virtus, which used to mean bravery in battle, started to mean more general qualities like loyalty and service to the emperor. One of the biggest changes in late antiquity was the rise of Christianity, which became supported by the emperors starting in the early 300s. But even though Christianity taught peace and compassion, it didn't really change how wars were fought. Wars still happened, soldiers still hurt civilians, and while peace talks became more common, that was mostly because they were necessary, not because people had suddenly become more peaceful. Military traditions mostly stayed the same, just with Christian symbols replacing the old Roman gods. One new, but not very positive development was that religion started to be used as a reason to go to war, especially in the 500s and 600s. Still, Christianity did bring one good change. Church leaders like bishops often helped people during wartime. They kept people's spirits up during sieges, gave food to the hungry, and even helped buy the freedom of prisoners. This kind of help from the church was something new in Roman history and made a real difference in how some communities survived the hardships of war.